All right, all right, all right. Welcome
Right.
to the channel. Here with the lovely Maya Atkinson.
Hey, and my new camera that's got me looking
Yeah,
really
Maya got a
blue.
new camera
I,
looking.
I wanted to be a big boy streamer just like you.
Look at this. Look
Oh,
at this. Just look at that. Look at all that. Look at all that new camera. Got that new camera smell, girl. I can
all my
smell it.
wrinkles.
I actually hate when people put me on full screen, like on it, because it
Yeah,
feels like you're not talking to anybody. Like
I'm just
it's
saying
so
though.
weird. Yeah,
Yeah, a little bit. But
yeah.
oh my God, I'm ah, whoops. Okay, I'm sorry. My thing went live
You're
and
all right.
I have a bunch of J's in my ear. God. All right, so we wanted to do this because, I guess for the same reason that you wanted to do it 2 years ago.
Yeah, I guess we'll talk about that. This is a mess.
Yeah, I want to recreate the wheel, and I did initiate this, and I asked Jay to help me out because, um, when I don't know, I saw that Gnostic Informant was, um, bringing Dr. Price back on and that Neil was going to be doing it again, I wanna say, like, 2 days later, and I was angry and, sad, and almost kinda depressed after like, I felt like nobody was talking about it. When I reached out to people, I'm like, "What's going on?" And they're just like, who's he?" And I'm like, "Oh, you don't know." So again, I'm not here. I said this in my stream last night. I'm not here to throw shade at anybody. I'm not here to. We're not like the cancel culture crew. We're not, trying to be a woke mob. I am trying to give people what I would want under the same circumstances.
Mm.
So when a streamer brings somebody on, you assume that they've vetted them, that they are bringing the type of quality that you are used to them bringing. And I feel like that's not true for Dr. Bob. It's been my understanding that when people knew about Dr. Bob, that they made the decision not to follow him or watch videos with him. And I think we're still the same community that we were 2 years ago, that we, that we value ethics and human rights, that most of us are, very upset at what the Trump regime is doing.
Mm.
And
Mm.
a lot of people would say, oh, well, Bob's a biblical author. Why do we have to bring politics into that?
Mm.
My issue with this is a lot of the things that Bob has said in the past is just, and a lot of the issues I have with Trump supporters, it's not left versus right, really. It's facts versus fiction. It is it's white nationalism trying to ethnically cleanse the country versus, the Democrats. They have a bunch of flaws, but they're not trying to do that. And what we're trying to push for is healthcare for all, clean air and drinking water for all, clean, living wages for all, um, and just a lot of the things that Dr. Bob supports and promulgates could just really easily be, I don't know, just put to bed if he would look into any of it at all. So Jay, I know that when you talked to him, he said he gets his politics from Carlson and doesn't feel the need to look
Yeah, and
further.
he said something like Tucker Carlson was the most like critical person on TV. This was in the height of Tucker being on Fox News, but yeah, yeah. Continue.
Um, I don't know about you, but I have a problem with that. Coming from someone who says that they're a scholar.
Yeah, I mean that's kind of part of my issue with guys like this is, I think y- you're not a good scholar. If that's how you think of it. I mean, I'm sorry, but I think a lot of people, um, we live in politically charged times, whether you want to or not. And for you to say something like, this is the most critical person I could listen to, or this is the best person to listen to, and we know that they've gone to court and basically said, don't sue us because we're just entertainment. Nobody be foolish enough to mistake us for news. And then you're going to tell us in public, this is where you get your news from. And it is a bigoted propaganda mill. I mean, that's going to undermine your credibility. And if you don't care enough, then you're probably not a very good scholar, because it does say something about you lacking like critical things. And a lot of these people, like, I think um Bob is known for certain ideas like mythicism and stuff, but I don't necessarily think that
Mm,
that's necessarily what he's really contributed. So I think part of the problem is, for a lot of these people, he is a bit overinflated in the sense of importance. I don't, part of my problem with all of this is I don't think Bob Price brings anything to the table worth dealing with Bob Price over. And I think for a lot of people, it's just he's an atheist. He holds PhDs in New Testament studies. He doesn't think Jesus was real. And now it's like we're so desperate to have a New Testament scholar tell you what you want to hear that you're not even thinking through, like, wait, but is that actually even helping the case? Like, does this guy have the type of credibility we even want to be using to signal the legitimacy of this? I would say no. Um, and also I would say is just not worth it. And it's problematic that I think a lot of guys like that hide behind their cover. I think the truth is this community didn't actually even say who Bob Price is. I think if truth
mm-hmm,
be told, Bob Price was handled with kid gloves from day one. And the incident we
yeah.
had was, Derek and Neil reached out and wanted like me and Chrissy to talk to Bob. And back then it was transparent that Bob wanted back into the community and he wanted back into content and stuff like that. And I think, to be
Mm-hmm,
honest, Neil and Derek wanted to start making stuff with him back then. And I think that they were
mm-hmm,
very, I don't know what was represented to Chrissy or what the conversations that I wasn't party to were really like. But when I reflect back on it, it wouldn't surprise me if Derek and Neil were putting it out there like, oh, Bob's trying to apologize and work his way back into the community, more so than Bob was looking to apologize and work. See, I think Bob just wanted to make the
mm-hmm.
content. I think Bob just wanted back in. I got the impression, and I think
Right.
Chrissy was probably given the impression, oh, Bob's trying to make amends. And so then we were like, yeah, sure, okay. Like, damn, it's rarely these people, see the error of their ways and want to make it right. So,
Yeah.
okay, let's talk to him and hear him out. And then it became very clear he wasn't apologetic at all. And he was kind of doubling down on where he came from. And then I think that's when a lot of people saw who he really was, and they were like, oh, we're not even messing with him.
Mm-hmm.
And Derek and Neil didn't want nothing to do with him and stuff. But then of course Pine Creek swept them up, and Atheists for Liberty, and all the low key and high key right wingers came to his defense. But the truth is, like, Bob's gross. Like Bob is
Yeah.
gross. And like Bob is not Bob is like everything about him is off, and he really is so transparently one of these desperate far right wingers. Even his Lovecraft fan fiction stuff, all that's disgusting. It's like playing in a world of people who want to make regressive jokes and take us back to a different time, but then wrap it up as, oh no, we're a fan of this particular author and his literature, and we're trying to recreate that literature. It's like, no, like normal people don't want to play around in those waters. The fact,
well, I mean, no, I mean, you get people who like love to cosplay or do whatever, but like he has like just this really profound love of this man who was a notorious racist, even at his time, which is saying something. It was
right, right. Yeah.
At the height of the eugenics arguments, like Lovecraftian was like people were calling Lovecraft racist.
Right. In the height of Victorian cultural supremacy and time that, skull measuring. They were like, that dude's racist.
Right. The same people who were subjugating and moving into South Africa and India were calling this man racist. And that's, one of Bob's biggest heroes. He said it himself. And again, you can be a racist and a scholar, but I don't know. Dr. Kipp's in the audience. Dr. Kipp, you can click the link and come in if you want to speak on his scholarship, because while educated, Jay and I aren't necessarily the best equipped to speak on biblical scholarship and how well-versed one is, but if anyone would like to come and say anything for a couple of minutes, just to represent your group, that would, we do welcome that. That being said, a lot of the way it happened is still bothering me. So there's a reason Chrissy Hansen isn't here. I could have asked her. I didn't. When I talked to her, she seemed so depressed. She is.
Sorry, Wesley Curry's popping in. Wesley, we're not talking to Wesley Curry. Like, sorry, that's just not gonna happen today. Nah. Thanks, nah. Wesley, but no thanks. Appreciate you. See you next time. All right, go ahead.
Yeah, no, we're not doing the bullshit. I already told my mods. I'm like, you get one warning and then you get the boot. I'm not. We're doing team building today. Yeah. So if you're not with the team, you're out of here. That's the moral of today's story. So, oh right, I feel really bad for Chrissy because she's been beaten up. So, I think it started a couple of weeks ago when there was this guy. Oh, I forget who he is, but she found a photo of him with like Klan members, and she's like posting about it and like, explain yourself. So she's I don't know. You and Chrissy make a great team because you have kind of the same tactics as it comes to like calling people out people. But the guy, I guess he has like a bigger YouTube channel, and he's in friends with Derek or in the Myth Vision server. All right, so Chrissy posted the photo, and Derek got really upset, and I believe he blocked Chrissy and kicked her out of the Myth Vision server when Wes, we're not letting you in. Like, go. You can look, I know you love your gay lover Jesus, but like snuggle. Like, it's not time to come up in here with this bullshit. Anyways, there are people outside that were kind of working, so they went to John and they went to what do you call it? It said like, can you like, what's going on here? Why are you with Klansmen? And he was just like, no, this was a long time ago. We were doing this thing. It's not what it seems.
Hey, wait, hang on a sec. They talking
Sorry,
about
go
this
ahead.
blackmail
Blackmail,
thing
what? Yeah.
because
Yeah, that's
Titan shared that Derek said he was blackmailed,
that he was being blackmailed.
And then
Yeah.
Tsumami said blackmailed. How does somebody get blackmailed into bringing someone onto their YouTube channel? No, it was the other direction. He's
Yeah.
saying he was blackmailed, I
Blackmailed
think, to
to get,
get him off his
yeah,
channel, and
right.
now he's not catering
To the
to the
blackmailers.
blackmailing of canceling Bob. Okay,
Yeah, yeah.
I just got to throw
Go ahead.
like 2 or 3 things out there real quick that you've brought up that I think are really important. So number one is the turnover. A lot of this is shadiness where this community does have a fair degree of turnover. People stop watching channels because you're in a different phase of your life or you got a new boo, whatever it is.
Right.
People show up, they're new, they've only been watching for a number of months or whatever. And there's some of this that feels like certain people just feel like once the audience is turned over enough and not enough people out there remember certain things, we can just act like those things never
and
happened.
that's okay. I'll try to be quicker. So the issue was cleared up. They went to Chrissy. Chrissy was like, "Oh, I didn't know. Thank you for clearing that up." She backed down. She went to the person, apologized to them. Derek still didn't unblock her or reach out to her, or like to this day, they're still not friends.
But what are we apologizing for? Dude was at a Claire rally. Not Bob, right? This other person.
No, yeah, the other person. He's saying that he, I don't know, but like that. I'm not trying to get into that.
No, I know. I'm just putting it out there. Just the craziness that we live in, where like
right. So from there, Derek's been like, oh, Chrissy, she's always trying to cancel people. She's trying to ruin people's life. It's this, that, and the other. And then a week later, he knocks the informant, and then Neil and Derek bring back Dr. Bob. And so a lot of people are saying, oh, was that preemptive? Because there's no way Chrissy would have stood for that. And like Derek's saying a lot of stuff, like, there are people who are trying to ruin people's lives, or people who are a bad influence, or people like, he's only talking about Chrissy. I don't like, and I'm not coming for Derek, but I really do need to be vocal that this isn't Chrissy's fault. Chrissy wasn't the sole we weren't like, everybody in the community wasn't totally cool with Dr. Bob, but Chrissy said, and we were just like, well, yeah,
and you see, that's the thing too, like
bad, so I don't want to be
a lot of these dudes is cryptic, right? And they start talking about people, and then you gotta infer, were they talking about Chrissy? I don't know, because Derek is in touch with a lot of scholars, and so it could have been, because I was thinking maybe other names. Some people came at me and said, I think he talking about you. I said, I don't think he talking about me. So this is a thing you don't know, because I hate to say this, but y'all like to leave them details out, because them details lead to accountability. When you say, oh, I'm being black, by who? Well, certain people want to da-da-da-da-da. Now we don't know who it is. If you were to say who it is.
Well, we can't, because like if they say who it is, then we know that this person doesn't really have enough sway to blackmail. Like, okay, well, what are they blackmail? Is there something we should know? Like, this is kind of.
But see, that's the other thing too, like is like, okay, so part of the reason this is so frustrating for me, this just wasn't on my 2025 bingo card, but this is a problem of a lot of people in this space, and it's the problem of, I hate to say it, a lot of the white boys we call it the white boy problem. There's a reason we call it the white boy problem. Y'all just have certain, what I'll call demographic hangups, and what is so problematic when these type of things happen is all of a sudden y'all lose your ability to judge character. And all of a sudden it's on everybody else. This person gave me a black pass and said it's okay for me to have this person on. Well, this person who, you know, threw Dr. Bob under the bus, they blackmailed me and they made me feel pressured. Wait, why all that had to happen? You know this man better than all of us. We don't know him. We don't know him personally. And we all could tell you how bigoted it is. He is the type of bigot you could see coming from a mile away. He is literally old white man, look like Santa Claus, product of his time. Fox News, Tucker Carlson loyalist with Superman figurines hanging in the background, weirdo, Lovecraftian nonsense type, bro. You can't see that dude coming a mile away. So what does it matter who blackmailed you, who didn't want to be your friend anymore, who... None of that should be relevant.
Yeah, I mean, why did it have to
exactly? Because you should be able to see who he. But when it comes to white boys and addressing the bigotry of other white boys, for some reason, oh, they need help. They need a support group. They need official documentation from the government. Why?
Yeah, and that's my thing. So I wanted to. I'm trying to pull up. You probably see like my what you call it, because my lighting is horrible. I'm sorry, guys. So like kind of I can't even say how it's all started because
I
AR
said
Bob's been racist.
Sorry, go ahead.
Okay, yeah, I heard that Bob's been racist forever, really. And we're gonna play a thing from where Derek's talking about how racist Bob is and why he came to his original decision, which kind of begs the question, like, why are you bringing him back without you showed us. I mean, it'd be one thing if you kicked him unceremoniously and it was just like, well, I have a bunch of scholars that I want to bring on, and we just didn't mention Dr. Bob, but it turned into this whole like thing, right, where the entire community was starkly aware that Dr. Bob was bigoted. Derek had to put his foot down and he would not be back. And so now to just bring him back after staunchly denying him and his views and saying to us, trust me, bro, I wouldn't do this if I didn't have a really good reason. Derek, you don't share any of your political views with us. We don't know how you feel about stuff. We don't know that you didn't have a KKK change of heart. We're just, I mean, and again, yeah, sure, you don't owe anybody anything, and as a streamer, I'm struggling with that because I try very hard to be transparent with my community about who I'm bringing on, letting them know up front, this is a Christian. We're going to be talking about science. If you want to take that with a grain of salt, whatever. But this is what's happening. But to go through all of that and then bring him on back, he's just got it, and again, I'm not coming after Myth Vision, but as a member of the community, it looks
but also
sketchy.
I gotta say, I think it's him. I think it's him. Like I hate to say this, but you don't get to grow to be one of the biggest channels in the community and then play this whole game. Somebody else brought it up, literally crying on camera, like crying on stream about how hurt you are about Bob and how disappointed you are. And again, we did this whole public song of dance of literally bringing Bob on and giving Bob a chance that, again, most people don't get. Bob is that racist uncle who, quite frankly, does need to be told he can go fuck himself, who, quite frankly, you don't want to be having over for Thanksgiving. And we're tired of these people. And this idea that, like, we owe you something because you have a PhD in New Testament studies, nobody cares. Like literally nobody cares. And the fact that y'all do this in the middle of the times we're living in, it says a lot. I always say this: no action is without the context of that action, and everything matters. doing something in 2025 doesn't even hit the same way it did November 1st, 2024, when it looked like the world might be a very different place, which doesn't hit the same as something hit in 2020 in the height of the pandemic, which don't hit the same way something did in 2019. Bob been on the same shit since 96. So, and I'm kidding, it's probably been longer than that. I mean, he's always been who he is. So it's really disturbing to me. And Derek led the charge. This is a systematic campaign to sidestep.
And
Yeah,
now
go
all of
ahead.
a sudden, right. And now all of a sudden he was blackmailed into leading the charge.
Yeah, I don't understand that. He led both charges.
Like, I'm
do you want to
show you guys
show the video
where he says it with this whole face. I do want to I just kind of backstory though before we go in here. Like Bob was saying a lot of sus ass shit, right? People all over the community. So like when it started with this thing, oh God, that he wrote as a forward to a book, and it was, oh, I just had this up too. Oh, here it is. Flashing Swords 6. And it was just, it's a fantasy novel, right? But like, let's say fantasy novel. It was a compilation of short stories, fantasy stories. And there were supposed to be people that wrote like the forward to the book or whatever. And Bob just went off on this like misogynistic, transphobic rant. And the writers were like, can we not? Like, seriously, can we not? And they were like, no, we have to have him. And so instead, they took themselves off. Like it was, I mean, to the point where like this one guy said, Cliff Biggers wrote, "It's come to my attention that in the introduction to the book Flashing Sword 6, Robert M. Price has made several statements that I cannot and do not agree with. I have requested that my name and story be removed from the anthology, and I cannot recommend that anyone buy the book. I'll make sure that my story, God Killer, is available in another form at a later date. I apologize to anyone who may already purchased the book at my earlier recommendation. If you cannot cancel your order from Amazon, contact me. I will personally reimburse you for the cost of the book." All of this because of Bob's forward.
Wow.
All of it, like, do not buy the book. If you've already bought the book, I'll give you your money back, because the forward, not even just other stories in it, the forward is so horrific. And everybody's like, well, what
because
is
dudes
it?
like Bob are literally like foaming at the mouth. They're the type of bigots that can barely contain themselves publicly and literally can't not write openly bigoted things in their whole given legal mother endorsed government name when it's like money time. Like, bro, it's money time. You're writing a book. You're part of some Lovecraftian whatever you're part of, bro. Bro, you at least just pretend to be a normal person and write the forward and talk about the literature and the stories within and the grand literary tradition and keep it moving like authors have been doing for eons and eons and eons. Bro got his stuff. He was part of some other compilation and all the scholars had to pull out because Bob was saying some crazy. So how do you not know?
You ruined it for everybody, Bob. Everybody. All the there's multiple authors in the book. Niddy, I love you. Also, you know what? We got some warriors in the side chat though too. Pragmatic Crystal, Tsumami, y'all was going hard in the chat the other day. I know Look at the Trees also got banned for what reason. But you know what? Thank you. I know for a fact that everybody in my chat,
I appreciate this, Niddy. Niddy said I didn't think and acted at first to mitigate for Derek on his word, but I won't excuse it. Okay. Yeah, Niddy, that wasn't there was disappointment.
It wasn't a great list,
but welcome back to the fold. I'm glad you recognize what happened. And again, I do get the impulse. A lot of us like I said, this wasn't on our 2025 bingo card. None of us woke up one day and decided to. I got nothing better to do than go after Derek today. But look, and I saw.
Not going after. We're going after Price.
And I saw, you know, James Apperson doing the same thing. Look, when you go out of your way and it's like that shielding mechanism that like, oh, let's keep this on topic and let's all be respectful and let's not go into like when you're doing all that, you're betraying a certain level of awareness that you understand how problematic this person is. And I'm going to say two things that kind of bother me when I see people do this. Y'all are fucking phony. And y'all do two things at the same time that betray each other. The first is you act all fucking soft about it. Oh, let's not talk about this. I don't want to get into these troubled waters. Please, let's all. And first off, we ain't playing that game. Again, it's 2025. You want to sidestep. You want to sidestep a bigot so we can sit here and have Bible study. Right there, that is just so tone deaf and not being able to read the room and read the moment. I'm gonna say something honestly people probably don't want to hear. This whole community needs to check itself. All of the fucking engagement, all of the engagement with the other side and the conservatives and the reaching across the aisle. Let me tell you something you don't want to realize. These people have used and abused us, and they will continue to use and abuse us. These people are part of fascist, reality denying cults. And almost every single one of them is very problematic. And every single one of them has problematic, bigoted ideas. And the truth is, again, some of y'all are gonna have to take this hard pill to swallow. There ain't no fence sitters in your there aren't any good-hearted Christians sitting in your audience waiting for your latest debunk of some philosophical apologetic, and they're gonna be like, oh my God, that's the nicest, smartest atheist I've ever seen in my life. Oh, I just realized Jesus is nonsense. Look, y'all, religion is bullshit. These people are in cults. They're wasting our fucking time. Meanwhile, billionaires have taken over the government. The president just took a $400 million plane from terrorist sponsors. Y'all, the world is going to hell in a handbasket. And y'all are like, the world could burn. I'm just going to sit aside this problematic person so we can sit here and talk philosophy or Bible study. Y'all, it's just over. Is dead. It was never really a good idea to begin with. And look, most of these people have come out their face and turned out to be right-wingers. Dawkins, Hitchens, Alex O'Connor. Yes, I said it. Alex O'Connor. I said what I said. Right, I said what I said.
No, I hear you. But
we do. Let's get to the video.
And again, I am not a what do you call it? Anti-theist. Right now we can't afford to lose allies, but we also can't
but these are not allies. And if you no,
I know. I want to make sure that we're making this distinction. I have Christians in my chat and that are voting Democrats and believe in human rights. But then there's all the people you just listed. And there's Dr. Bob specifically, who you're going to see, like when Doug asked him, like, are you a Trump supporter? He's like, yeah, I love Trump. 2 thumbs up. I can't think of a bad thing to say. Like, these aren't our allies. Why are they here? They're trying to kill us. All right, let's go.
Superficial opinions. Like, as you may know, I'm a big fan of.
Oh, you know what? I'm sorry. So Pine Creek has like this 2-hour video. I tried to put it down to 20 minutes just so we could kind of see why the community.
Let's keep it real, y'all. Maya was pissed. You know how you could tell Maya was pissed, y'all? Because she said, fuck it, I'm going to do some editing. You know, I'm not even gonna make y'all know we do lives. We show up. Maya be scheduling guests and everything, but we show up, we play the video, we react, and we go home. We ain't got time to be editing and making videos. Maya was like, oh no, we're upping the production value. No. This has to be chopped up. You know Maya's motivated. Mike, can you make that full screen for us?
Oh, right. Yeah, I can. All right. So yeah, this is just like the best of Bob.
H.P. Lovecraft and write a whole lot about him. And he held racist opinions that I wish he hadn't had, but I'm part of a Lovecraft hero cult, personality cult. I just do not see that means I should not enjoy fascinating and thought-provoking fiction.
Yesterday, someone on Twitter suggested I go through a whole bunch of stuff, and other people send me stuff, and it's like I'm like inundated with stuff of things you
All right,
said.
you know what? Let's get a quick
past,
pause in
and I
here,
wanna
just
give you
because
an
it's going to be too much, and I'm not going to respond to it, but I'm going to try to keep it brief. That is problematic right there, y'all. When you are part of a hero fan fiction, he said it. I'm part of his fan fiction personality cult.
Yeah.
And the fact that a person, I wish that reflects your privilege. That is shielding. When you can say, I know this person was a bigot, but you know what? I really enjoy their literature, so I'm just going to set their bigotry aside. Yeah, that's spoken like a true person of privilege who really doesn't give a shit about marginalized people.
And it's also a lot of projection too,
yes.
right?
Oh my
So
goodness.
He was asking,
oh my goodness, yes.
I didn't get to, I think I skipped past the question, but like Doug is asking, can you be a good racist? And he was like, well, Lovecraft was a really big racist.
Right. Right. Yeah, no, totally. So yeah, let's keep going. But yeah, that's a big problem. Most of us stop enjoying. We can't separate the art. We can separate the art from an artist to an extent, but when it gets to be that clear, yeah, I don't play R. Kelly records at kids' parties anymore. We just don't. Sorry, we had to let it go.
Yeah.
Right. To explain what you mean, the context, and so forth. Why do you think some people accuse you of being a racist?
Well, I think it's a Saul.
Yeah, that's good.
As good as it gets.
That he said you need to. I don't know if he put it in these terms, but he basically says you need to co-opt language to trap and marginalize and dismiss your ideology.
So I'm sorry. He was asking why he thinks that people call him racist.
Opponents. For instance.
So again, not just Chrissy. People are calling Bob a racist.
Why is half the internet calling you a racist?
That's a great example. Like, I don't have any problem morally with homosexuality. That's not an issue for me. But I do stick up for people who have reasoned arguments against the morality of it, which I have sought to rebut in discussions. Well, they're not convinced. See this
again. It for him, privileged white dude. It's a philosophical conversation. And again, I stand up for gay people who have the right to live, and fuck you if you don't understand it. I stick up for people who have reasoned philosophical. Do y'all see how people just hide behind their religion? We call it hiding behind God's skirt. They hide behind their politics. Yes, that's why we get political, because they're using it as a shield. And I'm sorry, but y'all have let them hide behind philosophy and all this bullshit too. Well, if I just have a philosophical disagreement and you can't convince me why I should accept these people, see, that is privilege talking. That is where you've allowed other people's humanity to become philosophical talking points to you, and you're actually willing to dismiss people's humanity or you're willing to accept other people who will dismiss people's humanity because the arguments haven't been convincing enough. Oh, you shouldn't expect them to give gay people rights. The arguments haven't been convincing enough, Maya.
I remember.
It's crazy.
I'm listening
type.
To you, Bree said. Bree's asking for the link, so I was trying to share it with her. I agree. And actually, like, God, we talk about this a lot. I think with the trans arguments, where it's just like, a lot of people were just like, well, I find it fun to debate the ideation, the trans ideation, and what really is a woman, and da 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 da. And it's like, this isn't a game. Like, these are humans. We're talking about rights.
All right, I'm gonna just say it,
And he's
Vasper.
just like,
I'm
well,
not convinced Bob is racist. I think he just may have some dumb conservative beliefs, but I'm open to change my mind. Here's hope you change your mind. They are the same thing.
the
Dumb
same thing. Yeah.
conservative beliefs are bigoted. And I'm sorry, but this is how they hide behind their politics. You have let a party spend I'm only 38 years old, but 50 plus years making bigotry their entire identity. A 50-year campaign to take women's rights away. A 50-year campaign to bring out Christ of fascism. Now a 50-year campaign to be racist, and now they're pulling back DEI and all of this other shit. Y'all, that is who they are. And the fact that your brain gets wired means it's working on you. They're not playing us. We know exactly who they are. They're playing you, who can't see their bigotry for what it is, and instead goes, oh, well, they're just conservative, and I guess they're right-leaning, and isn't there their right to lean to the right and to be right-wingers, right, conservative, Republican, racist, bigots. That has been their MO. And yes, it is a stain on our entire society that we have let these people make this their identity with a wink wink and a nudge nudge. And now you're living in 2025, the ship is burning, and people are like, I ain't playing the wink wink nudge nudge no more. It's just a wrap.
Yeah. And I want you to think about this, because these people have bigoted views. And I tell people all the time, I grew up in this area where the thought was more or less, I'm not racist, but everybody just knows Black people are inferior. I mean, look at them. So like, and then you act in a way where Black people get less because they, in your head, deserve less. These are all problematic things. And it just is racist. And I know that a lot of people want to think that racism is only what's in your heart, but it's not. The problem with what is in your heart, the only problem with what is in your heart is that it comes out in your actions. So if you have the same actions without the thing in your heart, it's the same problem. So it's all racism. So I'm sorry. You good?
Yeah, no, I'm good. Somebody jumped in. I thought it was
forward.
Bree, but it was God TV Radio, who I think is definitely not talking
I
to.
don't
No,
think
fuck that best.
in there, like a relative of mine is a retired
Your team
nurse,
building
and
today.
she's a very sharp lady for medical reasons that I'm too stupid to understand. She says she thinks it's wrong and wrong because it's physically destructive ultimately.
So he's talking about homosexuality. His cousin that's a nurse thinks it's destructive ultimately.
Yeah, and I'd actually pay Bob money to meet that cousin, because I almost bet they don't exist. This is one of those very convenient stories of, I just know somebody who has this really problematic idea that I'm all too excited to share with you, right? And I do think Bob, I hate to say this, the thing that makes me the most upset about Bob, and I hope Bob does hear this, is, Bob, you're a fucking coward, bro. Bro, everybody sees who you are. We know who you are. Just say it with your whole chest. Stop with this, I have a cousin who thinks a thing. I'm just part of a community cult of fan fiction. Oh, I just love to watch Fox News and think Tucker Carlson is so critical. Bro, if you showed up at the cookout, we would probably just beat your ass. Why? Because we'd be like, who brought this racist ass white man to the cookout? So it don't need for all the song and dance. That's all I'm saying, man.
Yeah, and since you mentioned the cookout, I know that Derek's run around telling anybody who'll listen that Durante said that Bob is not racist and that it's A-okay for him to come back to the community. And I just want to remind everyone that no Black person speaks for me.
Facts.
It's actually, and if I hope, like, if Derek doesn't hear anything else I say today, I want it to be this. It is a racist assumption to think that Durante can speak for any other Black person that you could, or that you can get, I forget the name of the other guy that he mentioned, but like that you can get 2 Black people to speak for the whole Black community. When problematic things happen on my stream, I am doing a sample of people from around the community, of like from representatives of groups that I trust the most, but and I do that so that I can get perhaps the most nuanced view, so that I can better serve the most people. It's not because I think they're speaking for all of the people, but I want to be able
Yeah, there's a
to
difference between representation and
just
treating
convey
somebody
what's
like
going
they're
on.
the
Right,
representative of. Yeah, it's
right,
like,
right.
yeah. And
Yeah.
also, I'm gonna say something even nuanced, but also I think people will see it's even more racist when you deliberately choose Black people who you don't know the situation. When you sit down with me 2 years ago, now I know the Bob Price situation. Other people like you, different people who have been watching this whole situation play out since jump. For you to skip over all of them, and then I'm gonna go seek out some people who really don't know Bob, don't know his history, don't know what's going on. That again, it betrays a certain degree of awareness and saying, let me avoid the people who could really hold me accountable about what's going on. Let me go for the people who I know don't know what's going on. Again, that's a problem. All right, hang on. We got a little bit of a special guest here.
Dr. Kipp. All right. Hey, yeah, we can take that down a little bit. I do want to just add this. One, not only is it racist, and I'm gonna stand 10 toes down on that, to expect to talk to one person and say that the Black community is okay because of this, or whatever community you think this person is. But 2, just the reason it's racist is because it comes from racist, what do you call it, like a strategy. The right is saying that all liberals think like this, all Black people think like this, all this, all that, and it makes it easier to lie to their, whoever they're trying to lead on their side, so that now they can say, oh, see, we saw one of them doing this. That means they all think it. And now we can start doing this, thing that we did to this one to all of them because they're all the same. And it's not that they say that explicitly, but it's in their rhetoric, and it is certainly in their laws. And, like how they're, I don't know if you ever talk to a Trump supporter now, they'll all say, oh no, Trump is just deporting illegal immigrants. And it's like, but he's not, though.
How are they illegal if they didn't get
all
due
that-
process? How do you know the people he's deporting are illegal? That's what due process is for, dumbass. Not you, to the person saying that.
Yeah.
But hi.
They don't know that Trump is deporting American citizens. It's just like, he's saying they're immigrants. An immigrant equals illegal in their head. And I could take this down a whole, just, there's a bunch of different things that they're doing, and I could take it down there all the way to the Great Replacement. But I'm going to try to stay on track as much as possible. It's a racist assumption. And as I'm calling it out, I don't expect Derek to see this, but I want everyone to be aware of what they might be doing, and, to not do it going forward, because I understand the right owns the narrative and this is the prevailing thought. But just so you can see what they're doing. Because again, the us versus them is us versus the 1%, not Black versus white, not cis versus trans, not anything
Was Derek
else.
just waiting for the winds to shift? Is that what was going on here? Like, we talked to,
that's what we believe.
Because I have DMs where I talk to Derek about this as a trans woman who dealing with
Niddy, hi.
dealing with this stuff. Now, I do want to punctuate why I was a little bit late getting in here tonight, because it's relevant. I live with a someone who is a doctor in the U.S. Army, and that
Yes, you
person is
do.
also a trans man. So guess who's not in the U.S. Army anymore?
Oh my
And
God.
Oh my lord!
How is he
Wow.
okay?
he's happy. We're looking at residencies locally and stuff like that. It's going to be it, and things are looking like they could be a lot worse. And people don't want to let these soldiers go. Don't want to let these military representatives go. There's so many doctors that are trans in the military. There's so many specialized individuals that fall into this category. The U.S. Military is losing. They've paid for the education of these people, right? They've got their education. They've got their credentials from the U.S. military. So the only people lose it here are us, the taxpayers, who paid to have these people go through all this education and get all this specialization to serve in our military. And now they're gone. Now leadership has said, no, these people aren't good enough for whatever reason, and let them go. Some of the best damn doctors I can think of off the top of my head are trans people. So
Yeah, and this is who Dr. Bob voted for, and Derek just doesn't think that we deserve an answer. And again, I'm not coming at Derek, but like on behalf of the community. And I'm not saying this because I feel like I represent the whole community. I'm regurgitating what I'm hearing from everybody. We just want to know. This is a credibility issue. Niddy, I do want to say hi.
How you guys doing?
Well,
I mean, we're doing
great,
right.
but also I wanted to talk to Dr. Kipp too, because you are. I did want to talk to Dr. Kipp too, just because I know that you are representative of Dr. Bob's, one of Dr. Bob's community. He has 2 PhDs in biblical scholarship, right?
He has a PhD in theology and a PhD in New Testament. Yeah, I think only one of those counts, but that's just me. So, hi everyone.
Hey Kipp, it's great to see you. Thanks for coming on, man. And I just got to say, I know this is probably hard for you, and it's like hard for me. Like Maya and I were talking about it before. Like I said, I didn't have this on my 2025 bingo card. I consider Derek a friend, but this is something I'm not okay with.
Yeah, and I mean the thought of like I don't know, like I'm not trying to come for Derek. I'm really just trying to push him for like a deeper interview. Again, I don't. Derek has been, oh my God, such a huge part of this community. All of us have learned so much from the guests that he's had on. I learned about Derek from Dr. Josh, and then I learned about you from Derek, Dr. Kipp. And then I know that so many other people have like so many stories connected with Myth Vision and what it's meant to them. I don't want to see it go away. I just want scholars. I want scholarship, trusted scholarship, because that's what I go there for. And can you maybe talk about the quality of scholarship that we receive from Dr. Bob?
I think it's important for people to remember at the outset, and in view of what happened over the past 4 days, I spent quite a bit of time myself just reviewing, I think, what happened 2 years ago, because I think a lot of us, I had forgotten, not everything, but I forgot a lot of things that had happened and how they happened. And one of the things that I did was Derek did a kind of like when he finally cut ties for good with Bob, he made a video about it, explaining to everybody everything that had happened, and read in that video an email that Bob had sent him, just to provide the fullest context and the fullest disclosure of everything. And he talked a little bit about his own story too, just where he came from and how he ended up managing to do Myth Vision full time. And one of the things he says in that video is that, and I think this is important, and this was years ago, when Derek, like a dog on a bone or chasing a car, would email and pester scholar after scholar after scholar after scholar to come on his channel so that he could interview them. He says that a lot of them declined, and the reasons that a lot of them declined was specifically because Bob Price is a fixture on Derek's channel. And then in that same video, he goes on to point out that since cutting ties with Bob, he's been getting more opportunities to interview scholars who originally would not come onto his platform because of his association with Bob. So I think it's important to point out that this isn't a new thing. It wasn't a new thing 2 years ago. Bob Price was not an active member in the biblical studies community, in biblical scholarship, for quite a while already, before he got before everything that went down in 2023 happened. And I think it's not like I think we're in biblical scholarship, it's not like I think we're the gatekeepers of who people should be listening to in our field. But I do think that, given that's sort of where this began, it was probably pertinent to do a check-in, at least, to see where things are with scholars still now, and Bob Price. And I don't believe that's happened. I haven't seen anything change in my own field, and for good reason, in large part because, I mean, Bob Price for a long time, I mean, he's been around for a long time. He's a prolific writer, and he published more so, I would say, academically in peer-reviewed sources in the 80s and the 90s, much less so more recently. But it's not like Bob Price is providing much of anything, if anything, new or novel. Most of his ideas, and I watched the stream with him and Derek the other day. Most of his scholarship and his familiarity with the field is antiquated. He's stuck in 30 years ago with regards to the material that he's reading and the sources that he cites.
Sounds like Dawkins.
Yeah, maybe. And I don't know anything about that, but it's I just think, and I'll say this to people in the audience: you're not missing anything by missing Bob Price, especially if it comes to biblical scholarship. You're not missing anything. He doesn't. He maybe knows some Greek. I'm not sure about that. I am certain that he doesn't know any of the Semitic languages. He doesn't read the Old Testament in Hebrew or Aramaic. He doesn't engage with the ancient Near Eastern literature, written in Akkadian and Sumerian. So I'm not sure if this is the reason why he is being promoted as an authority figure in our space, I just am not sure that he's providing anything. And I don't believe that you're missing anything by missing his voice.
Yeah, no, that says a lot, Kipp, and I appreciate it because it's hard for, I think, people to get right about people's expertise and PhDs and academic positions, and are they actually active in the field. And by the way, I would say this is an issue across YouTube. It's a lot of YouTube personalities that, I'll speak well of somebody like Bart Ehrman. Bart Ehrman is not just known for his scholarship, but he teaches at a very well-established public institution. There's a different level of accountability that comes with publishing academically, publishing in academic press, teaching at a public university, that doesn't necessarily come because you have a PhD and can write a blog. I'm gonna just leave it at that. Yep. If you know, you know.
Oh, can I say one other thing on that, Jay? I meant to say this, and I feel, again, I think this is important to say. Chrissy Hansen, who is just finishing up a master's degree, which isn't even in biblical studies, right? She's working in English. So Chrissy Hansen, and I haven't counted, but I'm willing to stake quite a bit on this. Chrissy Hansen has probably more peer-reviewed publications to her credit than Bob Price. Like I said, I haven't counted. I've surveyed his list of publications, and it's long, but most of them are in his own journal or in newspaper editorial sections or other periodicals, and not in academic journals and books.
Niddy, did you want to say anything?
I'll try not to blather. So, yeah, MythVision was one of the first channels where I got to see the scholarship light, where everything was not behind a Biola or whatever divinity school scholarship package, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that really helped me as a sanity check to leave Christianity and to see whether or not I could still believe it's true. I'm so grateful that MythVision exists as a neutral place for people to explore scholarship. I want to say that right out the gate. And so I saw, let's go into recent history. I saw the notification of notifications that this stream was going to happen a couple days ago. So I reached out to Derek, said, what's going on with this? And Derek said, Dr. Price and I have made up on this, and he's going to come back on the channel and talk about this. I'm like, all right. And I'll be completely honest that I heard him say he talked to Brady and Durante, and they came to the conclusion he's not racist. And my good faith, emotional, my attachment to Derek kicked in first, right? And I'm like, oh, these are, seated members of the community. Like, maybe other people would share that perception. It's not like, oh, I know Maya thinks. You know what? I'm defending myself a little bit. So whatever. Stupid thing of me to do. overly whatever. And I'm not privy to that conversation in the first place, right? And then you guys made a great point. They have no fucking clue the shit he said and his takes, or read his blog, right? And I was like, wait a minute, like, I need to go back and, you know, revisit this whole thing. Like, what am I doing, right? And Tsumami set my shit straight a little bit on Discord, and Prague too, just by took 2 messages, and I'm like, what the fuck am I doing? All right. And so I went back to watch content. I immediately found the email that Derek himself read on stream, and he should fucking know. He should fucking know that the damage that email had done doesn't. An apology to him is not even close to what needs to happen. Not even close. And, you know, I was like, well, maybe Dr. Price is changing. No. And then I thought the next morning, I'm like, but there's more people that are getting hurt by this. This isn't about just Derek and Price. This is about what we are doing as a community, what we are doing to bring out voices and love and representation and respect for each other as humans in this complicated, frustrating picture of religion and politics, right? Because they intersect and it's a mess, right? And so yeah, I'll let Jess go because I've got more shit to say. It just got disorganized.
No, sorry. I'm only putting my hand up because if I don't, I'll forget what I was thinking about saying.
Squirrel,
it's not
go.
to like end what you're saying. It's just if I don't do it, I will forget. So like, please continue.
No, go.
No, go ahead.
I'm like, oh.
Are you sure? Okay, so I want to say this. I think that everything that Niddy said is right and correct, and I don't mean anything that I'm about to say as like ill will towards him or as like I think you're wrong. I just want to put that out there. Because I know when I come on a show, I come on with like all I can think, like, we're all having this chat on this show is like we are putting so much time and energy into like trying to make all of this more palatable, or like to make like what honestly like white men or white women are doing, and to like make it more like trying to figure out why it's okay or why they're doing it or like justify it or like make it better. But like in the reality of the situation is we just have a white dude fucking like platforming a really problematic racist old white dude, and we're trying to figure out a way to make this better. And the thing is that like I spent a lot of today also trying to do this. So like it's not just that like everyone else is so problematic and I'm not. Like that's not what I'm getting at. Like I also was like, no wait, but he said this to me. No wait, but like he like trying to find reasons why this was like an okay thing. And ultimately at the end of the day, and I'm so fucking annoyed with myself that it took me so long to like get to it, is that like how much time would I spend making up these like excuses or trying to like find middle ground or like trying to like whatever if this was fucking Ahmaud Arbery? Because like sorry.
Yeah, I'm not here. I'm sorry.
No, please
I am so
go
sorry.
ahead.
I'm not here to find middle ground.
Period.
Shit. I unsubbed from Myth Vision. I unsubbed from Gnostic Informant. I unsubbed from what is it? Something Valley. History Valley. Is that? Yeah. I don't compromise with terrorists. So that's my stance. I have felt the depression running through the community. So this is one, I want to educate the community on who Bob Price is and why it's so problematic for the newbies, for the people that have been here just through the last 2 years. And there were a lot of people I talked to who were just like, oh yeah, why is everybody upset about that? And I'm like, we need to show that. But another one is, I am hoping beyond hope that other people see, and thank you all for coming in and joining in and, you know, supporting me and Jay in this, because I know that Chrissy Hansen is being beaten up by Derek. He is saying that, you know, Derek is saying that she's the one. And if you like,
no, because actually it was me.
Oh, he blames you.
Yeah, but
too.
I mean, it doesn't matter. It is
fine. I don't give
it
a
is
fuck
us.
about that.
It is the entire goddamn community.
Sorry, I just
we don't want racist,
racist,
misogynistic assholes in the community.
I am a cishet white woman, so I don't give a fuck if he blames me. But if he's trying to like load this blame onto Chrissy for shit that like Chrissy didn't start necessarily, or that like Chrissy is taking the unfair brunt for, like, nah, I'm good, because like I will fight that fight, but like.
Yeah, and that's why I'm here too, because Chrissy is depressed. She's feeling beat up, and I'm like, this is ridiculous. She's on the front lines usually of Twitter, which on a lot of subjects that most of us just would like and shut down the app and walk away. Like, she's fighting that fight for us. She is out there in the trenches weekly while getting a master's degree, and we're better for it, but. You know, this is our time to be there for her when she needs to sit one out, when she needs to recuperate, when she needs to get, you know, to feel like she needs to, you know, lick her wounds, get back to herself. It's time for us to do that for her. And, you know, that's, you know, I pressure Jay. So if Derek thinks that somebody's trying to ruin anybody's life, you know, if I'm really strong streamer, this is great.
But also, like, I feel like Maya, like, this has hurt a lot of the people in our community that we know and deal with every day, because you know, there are a lot of strong relationships made in this community. A lot of our relationships are not stream based. You know, we hang out and gather and discords and stuff like that. So a lot of these people in the community I talk to every day, and so I've seen people upset. I know this hurts people, and it's because people have built that relationship. Some of them parasocial, some of them friendships. Like, I've spent lots and lots of time on the phone with Derek. So this very much felt like watching my friend do this and not understanding why they're acting this way. And then also, I will say this, Chrissy and I got used. It feels very brutal to have gone through the whole Bob wants to work his way back into the community and he's sorry. And then
I know
go ahead,
definitely met a white man. Like, I know you have, but like, this is giving white man 101, like, or white person. Like, I'm not relegating it to men. It's just like, no, I've seen the light and I'm going to change because everyone hates me. Girl.
But we did it, and the thing is, you do that because you think these are your friends, and you do it publicly. Like, you brought Chrissy and I on air to accept Bob's apology, and then Bob just sat there spewing right-wing nonsense and clearly wasn't apologetic. Then you go do the whole song and dance. You're not going to talk to Bob. You're so disappointed. You're crying on air. Like, everybody's going through all of this, and then you come back, what is this, 2 years later or whatever, and it's like that never happened, and all of a sudden Chrissy's the bully. And I'm not Chrissy. I'm not putting myself in Chrissy's position, but I was right there with Chrissy being used in the situation. So
I want to say this.
It's crazy.
I am the bully. I was the bully. I will continue to be the bully because there's not real consequences for me. Like, I mean, they're like, not really, right? Like, there's consequences for trans people. There's consequences for people of color. Like, what are you going to do to me?
Yeah, I want to let me acknowledge the super chat, and then we're gonna get DadPool in here. I don't get a ton of super chats. So I need to not miss them so my mods don't kill me. Flavius Josephus said, "Thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it." Says, "I was hoping initially that there's going to be a more substantive rationale other than what amounts to, quote, my black friend said okay, and I'm still waiting." Yeah, you know, I think you heard the more substantive explanation, which is we're just not going to talk about politics. Go ahead, DadPool, please. Thanks so much for joining us. I'm sure we're all big fans. Great to
you.
have you here. Go ahead.
Hi, DadPool.
He's freeze pool right
Please
now.
tell me he didn't freeze. I
Oh.
say I go to I do the whole thing and then he's
Dude.
frozen.
He's
Please
frozen like
come back and rejoin us. And then you just
DadPool and I were
refresh.
like on the phone.
Bree,
and
you
then
haven't
we got
talked
the
in a
link
while.
to
You
this
haven't talked
live,
much,
and I was
Bree.
like, hang up. We're gonna go listen.
Oh, okay.
Well, while we wait,
I can't pretend to be frozen because my computer keeps blinking.
Bree,
I'm
go
trying.
for it.
No, I was kind of shocked. Like I said, I've talked to Derek about this when it happened. Has it been a year already? Has it
2
been
years.
a year yet?
That's what people tell me. 2 years. I didn't
2
know.
years.
I didn't know it's been that
2
long.
years? Jesus.
Yeah.
March 2023.
We are getting old.
Yeah. Well,
I wish I was older.
I don't.
Sorry.
And I watched.
Also, sorry, Bree. I just want to let you know, DadPool just texted and said his computer froze, but he will be right back.
Oh, great.
Okay.
But yeah, sorry, continue, Bree.
Oh, and the chat is the chat. Whoever's typing the chats, you're pissing off the chat. If you could mute.
Yeah, just I thought this was like settled that Bob Price was where he stands with this online community at least was pretty well settled, and there's never been any kind of like redemption arc or anything. It's just all of a sudden he's back, and it's like, and everybody who's saying he's racist and a bigot is it's like, what the hell? Like, we're the villains. Anyway, I'm gonna give the floor to DadPool. I got all night.
Yeah, DadPool, you better say something good. No, sorry.
No pressure.
All of it. No, it's fine. Continue. We want to hear from you, DadPool. So say something good. Sorry, love you.
Okay, can y'all hear me first of all?
Yeah, you're good.
Okay, I was having.
Welcome back. Yeah, sorry about that.
Yeah, I was having audio problems. I had to restart my computer, but
no worries.
So I don't know where the conversation left off.
No, you're good. We just want to hear your thoughts. You're good.
Just give us your thoughts on whatever.
You got any input?
My thoughts as a straight white guy in the atheist community, and a sea of straight white guys in the atheist community. I was telling Jess this earlier. It's like, am I the weird one? Like, why the fuck is all these people lining up to platform people that should not be platformed? I wouldn't dream of having Price on my channel. I don't know why so many people with the much larger followings than I have would sacrifice everything or risk sacrificing everything. I don't know. Maybe there's something to gain to it at that level. I don't know. But I mean, it's like, why? These are people like you know, Pocket Locker and Dr. Kipp. Like, I've had conversations on the phone with these guys multiple times, and now all of a sudden it's like, oh, we're just doing this now. Count me out.
Yeah, it's because they don't think there will actually be a real consequence.
Well, but if he's not able to book scholars because of Price.
No, he is. He is able.
I don't understand why
he's just not able to book all of every
many.
conceivable scholar that could ever be on.
Why is this worth it? I really don't understand. Like,
exactly. What's to be gained?
Why are you risking multiple? Yeah,
that's my question.
I you know, honestly, I think part of the response is going to need to be more scholars saying, no, I just not doing, because I think what Derek is doing undermines the platform. And I hate to say this, but every platform has a life cycle, and just like my fanhood and consumption of TYT has declined over the years to please don't ever recommend any of this to me.
Yeah. I was just watching that stream. You were such a big TYT booster 2 years ago, man.
I was.
Do y'all actually want to know why?
Why? What?
Yeah, why is this happening?
Let Niddy go, and then I'll go.
Okay.
So I actually had a very long conversation with. I'll get there. This is important. I had a very long conversation with someone who is in a relationship, and they're for a year, and the person is all of a sudden down the Girls Gone Bible right-wing pipeline and almost going to Dwell Church. He's like, what the fuck is going on? You know, I want us to work. I want us to be together, yada, yada, yada. And this is like someone kind of out of the blue, right? And I'm like, all right, I'm not going to try and make you an atheist, I promise, but we're going to talk through this. And after that conversation and something Derek said to me, and I'm just going to throw this out there. It is what it is.
Let's go, girls.
And I was talking to Derek and I'm like, so Derek, let me get this straight. What you're going through right now is the dissonance of your deeply held belief in this person and the love that you've had for them and what your community was saying about them.
Mm-hmm.
And that experience is so hard for you to resolve that you want to believe, and you're doing this because you sincerely, believe in this person, right? From what your perspective is on them, whether it's totally true or not, which is not, from your perspective on them. And I want to believe in your perspective, right? And in this dissonant experience, it's coming out, this way. And I understand this is, hard to you to go through what these people say, what you've experienced, and what you want in that relationship. And this is how in my head and I talk about dissonance and relationships and shit like this all the time on my channel, right? And so it seems to me to be the case that the resolution for this dissonance in his feelings, his relationship, and is to make this decision, right? And that's where the beliefs are landing. And
here's what I think.
It hurts.
I think
really
we're
does.
actually giving him too much credit.
Okay, yeah.
And this is not, sorry, Niddy, I love you, and also my
Push
Adderall
back on
has
me all the
worn off
time.
completely.
Go for it.
So
I always say
it's not
people
you,
can
and I'm
push
sorry.
back.
I'm trying my best. And now that I've like taken this moment, I feel like I should shut up. But I think like I'm just really taken aback, not even taken aback, but just like noticing, maybe observing that we are trying to find every way from Sunday to make this something other than what it is. And what it is a white guy doing white guy things. And like, I know that sounds super basic and shitty, and I agree, it is super basic and shitty. But I also think that like, there's not much of a more explanation for what's happening. Yeah. I think it's just like super shitty. And
no, I completely agree with you.
Well, I mean,
financially benefits him.
Yeah, but I think like we all want to give Derek the benefit of the doubt.
I don't. I'm not. I mean, I don't think he deserves it. I really don't. I really don't.
I like things that make sense. Like, how do you go from? And do I have this? I still have the video pulled up where he's talking to.
Did you used to be a Christian?
Most of us used to be Christians.
Sorry, I mean this with like all the love.
I've come along. Look, I've come a long way in my old age. Look, and for me, it's just also like I'm a psych major, so like studying people like intrigues me. I
also want to point out that like all of
usually
the it makes sense, right? Directly, like I support you. I'm just
No, I understand.
But now
I get it. Continue. I think most things don't make sense to most people, but I'm usually able to connect the dots. Like even just today, I had I'm HR, so I had an employee, a manager said that this employee was rude to me, and I'm like, she's never rude to anybody. She must have been defensive. Well, something's going on, and then it turned out that she was being defensive, and it came off as rude to the manager, and we're dealing with that. But like that made sense to me. Derek doing a 180. I mean, unless there's a couple of things that would make sense to me. One of them is just him I don't know, internalizing this and, just being, well, everybody's calling Dr. Bob a racist for, embodying the same beliefs that I have. Like, that would make sense to me. It would be really shitty, but I mean, if that's where he is, I think I would like to know. I guess it doesn't matter for me because I ain't subbed, right? There's a lot of people in the community that are struggling to understand.
Yeah, I mean,
this too.
for me, like it's difficult to accept this from Derek, but it's too public. It's too strategic. I mean, on a personal, like, so I've been dealing with personalities lately. I'll just say that, and a big part of that has been an education for me in my late 30s. That no, there are in fact just shitty people out there, and I think a lot of it is covert or not so covert narcissism, and you realize like these people will use and abuse you, and like it sucks to come to grips with that. But for Derek's situation, it's too public, it's too strategic, and again, he's too leading the charge for this to be an unfortunate,
No,
he just doesn't know how to let go of his
about his bottom line.
Yeah.
Right.
Sorry,
and that's the
Jay.
thing, he really
No,
does.
I agree.
So
I agree.
Like, he just does.
the only thing I can think of, like, what's the only thing? There's a bunch of things I can think of, but like, he knows that he's going to lose people with this. Does he think that he's going to gain more?
Yes, I would say yes. So let's be real. White boys feed the algorithm, okay? And I hate to say this, but a lot of people, why do you think you see Alex O'Connor pivot to be a centrist and then platform all the right wingers? Because that's what makes money. People realize, I hate to say this, go woke, go broke. That's the model right now. And they see us as like small selective voices in their community who they may have liked some of what we had to say. Okay, some of us got some based opinions or whatever, but that's and they put food on their table. But growing their audience of white boys does. So for every 5, let's say leftists who leave over this, who, let's face it, probably were watching less and less Myth Vision as it was, probably not sending a whole lot of super chats, probably not signing up for these courses because you've been an atheist now for more than 5 years and you're just over it. Okay.
But you should totally sign up for some courses.
Yeah, right. Five of y'all leave. Sign up for Kipp's course, of course. But five of y'all leaving. If I got 10 new prospects in the chat, I mean, I noticed this with Pine Creek. This was the problem with Pine Creek. There were people who had been watching him for years, who were some of his most loyal, down ride or die people, and they were starting to critique him. He completely disregarded it, did not care. Why? Because there was always some new puppies like, oh, I found my new favorite centrist. All right, so let me just throw a couple things out there that I think are what Jess is talking about. The white boys always want to do 2 things. On one hand, they want to do the soft, oh, woe is me. Let's just set aside the politics. I don't want to get in trouble for this. And then on the same token, y'all want to beat your chest. Oh, I know people are going to cancel me for this, but I don't care. Bob's my friend. People been putting pressure on me to cancel this person and I won't do it. So y'all do this thing. And yes, I've seen other content. The only reason I'm talking about Derek doing it is because it's useful as an example when somebody larger does it. A lot of us, we're in this community. We hang out at a lot of smaller streams. I could tell you about when James Apperson did this, when Dave did it. I got a whole laundry list of people. Y'all be like, who is that? Who is that? Never heard of them.
No,
who is
I know
that?
More about it.
You know some of these people, but when Derek does it, it's like, oh, all of a sudden people are seeing it, so it becomes a useful example. But we have to be honest, this is the pattern. They pretend they don't know who the person is, then they go, oh no, my community's telling me you're problematic, I can't deal with you, and then they come back and they say, nope, I've decided to deal with them, I knew who they were the whole time, nobody can tell me what to do. So which one is it? Are you afraid we're going to cancel you, or you just don't care what we think? Like, sorry, go ahead.
I don't know, but I have the receipts from like whenever it popped off, like 3 or 4 years ago. So I don't know the answer to this, but I do know the answer to that.
Most of the shit was on air. That's the other thing. How do they not know that there's like this shit happened in public? It's like there was a stenographer. The stenographer's name is YouTube.
No, I mean, yeah, but nobody's gonna nobody even knows to go back 2 years to like it. Man, you have no idea. Like everything I have, like or everything I know, like took an entire weekend to find.
So
Yeah,
I
because you
have-
got to dig through the streams.
Yeah, for what
have
it's
maybe
worth.
a
Well, I
different
mean,
channel.
yeah, but
Ready to
also
go.
I'm just not privy to private conversations. So it,
One thing
I have to.
was that I think you guys know I'm not a fan of forever write-offs or forever, or religion is mental illness. People
Same.
are always broken, blah, 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 blah.
Yeah.
So I did say at one point, well, maybe we were canceling or something. And I'm like thinking again about what I said. And this came up in another context for me very recently. It's not canceling to ask for accountability. It's not canceling to to remand an abuser.
See that right there, Niddy.
Let's
Like,
get that straight.
that's the thing is, I think a lot of us and especially like I am about canceling these people, and I'm about permanently because here's the thing.
No,
I
cancel
think
them.
they're using and abusing us. All of this, and the apologists do it, and then the people in our community model the same bad behavior, which is they're taking advantage of your quote unquote, I'm going to have good faith conversations of it. They're taking advantage of your empathy. They're taking advantage of the fact that you want to give people a second chance. They're taking advantage of the fact that you want to build relationships with people who think differently than you are. And it feeds their ego, because even the negative attention is still attention. So what actually really is the best medicine for people, and it's very hard to do it, is to pull a rug from them. No, we're done with you. No more attention, more energy, none of that.
That's not fair. That's not fair, because you were here with Niddy about 2 years ago too. Remember when Niddy just wasn't ready to see Doug for what he
cried
was,
my eyes
and
out
you were like,
for
you know
7
what?
fucking hours.
God.
Well, sometimes
That
it takes
stream doesn't
and Niddy
exist
was
right now.
No, I mean, no, we all walked away from Niddy. We're just like, this guy wants us dead. Like, we can't, we just can't do it.
You had the
but Niddy
crisis of
said,
faith,
you
but
know,
came back
wait.
stronger.
Let me finish, because Niddy, like, I say this about you all the time. You're one of my biggest heroes, and you're the reason why I am not a cancel culture person, where it's just like, we had our list of demands. Niddy met with them. That was big balls energy, because like his first thing was just like, no, I'm not gonna let people tell me what to do. I'm gonna have the friends I'm gonna have. And then he was just like, okay, but what kind of friends do I want to have? What kind of world do I? And it was more, what kind of world do I want my children to be brought up in? Do I want them brought up in Doug's world? Do I want them learning Doug's morals and values? Or do I want a diverse group of friends that like just truly love with their whole heart and will stand 10 toes down for me when I need it, especially as it comes to my rights. And, if somebody is showing that they're willing to meet our list of demands, which is just affirm my rights.
Oh my God,
that's all we're
so
asking. It's really not a lot.
But that's the thing is like, I feel you. I lived through that, and Niddy and I are friends today because of it. But it wasn't easy. It wasn't, and to be honest, we tried the polite conversations, and we tried calling out Doug's behavior, and we tried. It really did take us drawing a line and saying, "Fuck this. We are not going to be friends with people who are still friends with Doug." And it wasn't even just Niddy. It was specifically mostly Niddy and Tux. Yeah. Okay. And Tux doubled down, and I haven't spoken to Tux since. Niddy on Niddy's own was like, wait, I can choose this friend or these friends. And he figured out quickly who his real friends were. And then he did the work to say, hey guys, I'm not with that. That's what we thought. That's what we thought Bob Price might have been trying to do 2 years ago. But my thing is, right. And I think we do the same thing in the atheist community. We cannot, and this is my opinion, and I'm learning this myself, we cannot continue to make these people the central characters. If they want to do the work to come over to us, then we welcome them with open arms. But the thing is to keep after them just out of the hope that once in a while one of them might change. To me, it's just not a high yield enough strategy.
No. That's not what I said. I said it's fine to draw the line in the sand, but you have your list of demands. Yeah. And when those are met.
Yeah, but I'm not sitting around waiting for Bob or Derek to meet him, because I think they've shown us enough to say, y'all are over there. Yeah.
I don't know.
I have a genuine question.
Go ahead.
Do you like really want to be on the same team as someone who you had to like actively fight to meet your demands? Like, do you really think they're on your side? And that's a genuine question. I don't know.
My government is trying to kill me. I'm taking all allies.
No, that's fair.
You know what? You can hate me for it if you want, but if there are people that, and you know, like
for what it's worth, there's no hate here. I'm just
like for Chrissy Hansen reached out to everybody that had her on their shows and asked her to take the asked them to take their videos down with her because she's so afraid. And I know it's just a matter of time before that gets to me. I love my trans friends, every fucking one of them. I love my gay friends. I love my cishet white friends.
I told folks they
don't want to see anybody's rights stripped away. And you know what? If people used to be assholes and they're not anymore, I'm going to take it because we need allies. It's not going to happen without cishet white men.
Sure.
I'm sorry. And
I'm here for it.
I will just say I'm in a very different place than most of the community, and I'm in a very different place than even I was even a few weeks ago, and that's because of what I've been going through personally. But let a narcissist come fuck up your life. Your leash is gonna become a lot fucking short. I could tell you that much, because again,
it's not worth the death of all your friends. I don't care what you've been through.
No,
but about anything.
It's not. But what I will say is this: I'm done working to build bridges with people. Let them, if they need, you know what they need to build the bridge over here. I need to see them actually do the work to build the bridge.
Then that's
where we at. That's where we at. That's where we at.
The winning team.
That's where we're at.
Yeah, I don't know, but
that's where we're at.
Why would but that's a death wish, right? Why would the winning team build the bridge with the losing team? Like that's
because I just don't at some point it's just the people, and again we don't have to all.
There's no impetus for them to do that.
Oh, I get it, and I don't think being nicer to them is giving them a real impetus. I think most people are Derek. I think most people are Derek. I think they.
When did I say
I don't know. I don't want to fight with you. All I'm saying is we heard what you said. You want all the allies possible. I'm just saying there's some bad motherfuckers out there, and some of us and I'm just I'm saying I want to burn the bridges. Why can't we just disagree? We always disagree about this anyway.
No, because I'm right. When people want to meet your list of demands, you open up to them.
So why are we talking about that right now? Tell me who in the situation wants to meet our list of demands. Derek doesn't. Neil doesn't. History Valley doesn't. Robert Price doesn't.
Right. But we're okay. But what? Okay. So we're just here to.
Hello, DadPool. Is that you?
No. Yeah, I'm not done talking.
What?
His hand is up.
I'm sorry.
No. Don't even. His hand's up, which means he's next. I'm now
waiting.
Yeah,
that's fine.
You are waiting. You're waiting. Look. When we have people that are willing to come over to the team, we don't shut them out. We
agree about this. We agree about that.
Who is trying to come over to the team and who we're shutting out is what I'm trying to figure out.
Okay, I'm on this stream to try to do something. I'm not here to bitch. I could bitch in Discord in the back rooms, right?
Sure, but I'm asking who is actually trying to do something that we're turning away.
No, Jay is saying like that's his thing. It's just like I'm not even gonna try to make amends. I'm not.
Well, what I'm saying in
out of
particular is I don't think I'm just saying I don't think I owe them that. I think Derek has made his fucking bed and he's a grown ass man and now it's time for him to lay in it. That's what I think. And I think
Doug
Derek
has made
played
his
me.
fucking bed.
If you want to be honest, I think Derek played me.
He did.
Trying to tie it. Okay, and I don't want to get played again. That's all I'm saying. And that's it.
I get it. But I feel like Doug is a done deal. I'm losing faith in Derek. I mean, just because of the way all of this transpired. But I mean, I don't know. I have my gripes with the line. I have my gripes with the atheist experience. I have my gripes with a number of like larger channels. But at the end of the day, I shut the fuck up because I feel like it's a net good. And it's just, it's not a battle I want to fight, right?
But I agree with you.
I feel like there could be a net good if he's willing to not bring Nazis to the party. And
but he's clearly not willing to do that.
Yeah, I mean, if when that's clear, I will agree and I'll stand down.
And also, I'm not. Well, I actually go ahead. Niddy's gonna ask a question.
And then DadPool, because I've been talking
to Jess
wasn't
and
DadPool
Jay.
next?
Well, real quick, when you said they need to build the bridge back, I think it's what I said in the chat was no, they need to disarm and defect and come over here and understand us, and they're gonna play on our team. And understand what we're saying, who we are, and get on our mission. That's not a bridge. That is a reconciliation, and now we can move together, right? I think you can't, like Maya. I get the idea. You want all the allies you can get, but if they're but if they aren't disarmed in key positions,
you
know what I'm saying?
They're not allies.
Okay, all right, we're on the same page now.
I want to talk, but I want DadPool to talk first because he's been waiting,
and then I think Bree was going to try to say something too.
So.
Okay.
Also, Maya, I support you. I'm so sorry. Love you.
Love you too. Here.
Getting back on the topic of Derek and his motives.
What? The topic? No, okay, continue.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm trying to get better at reading the room. I'm sorry. No, when it comes to Derek, I don't want to sound like I'm defending him at all. I am not happy with the decision to re-platform Robert Price at all. But I don't think it's fair to call Derek a grifter based on what I know about him personally. A while ago, Derek, we've had several conversations on the phone. He expressed to me that he's very sad and upset about how their relationship kind of ended, and it was all on Robert Price's terms. Like Derek tried to can you make an apology or anything? Like he tried to save Price for some reason. I don't know, but he said they were really good friends. And Price was the one who was like, oh, I guess we're just not friends anymore. Mm-hmm. Okay, which makes it even weirder now that he's like, oh, come on back. I don't think Derek's in it for the money. If he was, he would have kept doing what he's been doing for the past 2 years. Derek was doing pretty well the past couple of years. For him to suddenly start re-platforming Price means he knew he was going to lose a significant amount of his income. But he did it anyway.
This feels worse.
It does.
But I'm not sure, right? Derek also has a new politics channel, and it has a lot of problematic takes. And I was like, Derek, why are we doing this? Why do we even have this channel? I don't even understand.
Because I'm sorry, as someone who bore the brunt of this entire thing to begin with when I was like, this is a problem.
Sure.
Not to say I was the first, because I was not. Not at all. And this is something that like really hurts me because I thought that Derek and I had like kind of had some kind of
Prager Creek. Oh my god, that's brilliant.
Wait,
Sorry.
what? Prager Creek?
I'm just reading the chat.
Sorry,
Yeah,
let me get back to the topic.
best thing we've come
Stop,
up
Sorry.
I'm trying to be serious.
Squirrel.
No, you know what? Let's go with Prager Creek. We'll get back to my feelings later. Continue, y'all, because that is too much. That is unhinged.
Also, Chrissy's here. Chrissy, their link is pinned at the top.
Oh, I'm
of
so
the,
glad. I
our
sent him
chat.
the link. I was like, get in here
Her-
early.
So, yeah, if you want to come in, please do.
Hey, Chrissy, love you.
I was just trying to say I don't think Derek's in it for the money, because if he was in it for the money, he would have kept doing what he's been doing for the past couple of years. Like he's trying to rekindle a relationship with Robert Price.
But like,
For
I
whatever
feel like that
reason,
makes it
I don't know.
worse.
But he's
I have
also,
no
but he's
clue.
also
'Cause
like
I'm like,
starting
Derek,
another
it's not
channel
for
that
money,
seems
then
to
what
be
is
like
it
for a
for?
source. Yeah, and it also seems
Yeah, I
like,
know.
and it also like I don't know. To me, those it's hard for me to take that when you've got another channel and you're doing the right wing thing over there too. It makes it seem like this is part of a bigger thing in his personality, and
I haven't even checked out the other channels. So
it's kind of problematic, and it's like
Kinda. It sounds
and
like it's really problematic. If we're being super fucking
yeah,
honest
and we're doing all of these things at the same time. I will say this: I don't know if I want to read it because I think it's incredibly inflammatory, especially towards Chrissy. But there was I don't know, a right winger who made a post about all this.
Oh, you can skip over the parts that talk about Chrissy because she really doesn't have.
I
But
just wish
basically,
there
it's
were
just-
other straight
It's
white
just
guys.
it's just a right winger who's it's just a hardcore. Sorry. It's just a hardcore bigoted right winger who is like, I don't, basically they don't see trans people as being real. But their thing was, but at least I'm not going to lie about it. What you have in Derek and Neil is you have fake allies who will pretend to be your friend to your face, but also don't really buy your humanity. And them doing this whole thing with Robert Price really just exposes their hypocrisy. And honestly, it rings very true. For most of us have said, yeah, that guy's a right-wing asshole and I hate him, but he's right. Because this is, unfortunately, the white guy problem, where you guys are so, I hate to say it, but it is your Uncle Bob, and he's a father figure to you. So you emotionally are more connected with the humanity of the bigots you grew up, and that's familiar and sounds like family to you, okay? And then these other people who, let's just face it, are not even that big of a part of your audience, because your audience is also mostly other white guys who want to sit around and have adult Bible study. Like, yeah, your decision calculus is way the fuck off. And to be honest with you guys, I'm not so sure that the whole thing isn't problematic. Like Kipp is a legit Bible scholar who needs to continue doing his scholarship because he's a great scholar. Similarly, I'm an evolutionary biologist, and I think doing the work of evolutionary biology is really important to science, okay? But at the end of the day, y'all, you do not need to listen to me for 2 years to figure out that Christianity is sitting on some bullshit. Okay. And this whole like obsession with let's keep diving into every new scholar's book and paper. And what do you think? 7 of Paul's letters were forged instead of 5? Like, at some point, y'all, when are we going to start talking about the issues that actually matter? When are we going to move the fuck on with our lives? And if somebody like Myth Vision can't handle even picking and choosing which scholars to platform responsibly, it does say that this whole thing, maybe the Myth Vision movement, we need to pump the brakes on this whole thing. And yes, I support Kipp and Josh Bowen, and they got their own YouTube channels. Did you know that? You can actually send a super chat directly to Kipp Davis. No Myth Vision needed. But
Let's go, Kipp.
But y'all, I do think it's kind of the problem that if you're willing to set aside other people's humanities just to have conversation with PhDs and look at this endless line of white guys willing to sit up here and have these conversations. But again, we're not going to talk about all the other scholars who won't even come on this channel because of who you continue to platform. Again, y'all, it's like TYT. Eventually, the bloom is gone, and it's time to see who these people are for who they really are. And it hurts because, again, I've spent plenty of hours on the phone with Derek talking about real life shit, but I have other people in my life I'm no longer friends with because they turned out to not be who I thought they were either.
Bro, I blocked my mom.
Sucks,
I'll
but
block you too.
you know what I'm talking about?
Like, I blocked my mom. Like, don't trust and believe I'll block you too.
Yes.
Yes, show us your kids.
By the way, I don't have that problem, and I intend never.
Oh my God,
to have
so
that
tiny.
problem.
Which problem is this, kid?
When people refusing to come onto my channel when I ask them to.
Who have you asked that's refused, Kipp?
Nobody.
No, he said he doesn't have that problem. No, he don't have that problem. There you go.
And I intend not to.
I said yes.
Ever have that
Like,
problem.
why does he want to interview me? I'll be there, but I don't know why. But I will be there.
It's a heathen kitty.
Heathen kitty.
So yeah, I need to see more of the kitties, Jess.
I'm fostering some kittens. I don't know a better way to show you all.
Wow.
It's perfect. Yeah, it's fine.
Jesus Christ. And there's one behind you too.
We need kittens for
So I personally have 3 cats and I'm fostering 2
5.
kittens. This is not the point of the broadcast, but yes, indeed. I have 3 cats. I'm fostering 2 kittens.
I am not sorry I brought it up.
No, I love it.
That's a nice palate cleanser.
That's a lot of cats. That's a lot of cats. So Maya, what do you want to do? Do you think we should?
Bree
Yeah, go ahead,
spoken
Bree.
in a while. Bree,
I'm
Bob
muted.
Yeah, Dr. Bob said a lot of transphobic shit. Like, do you want to talk about how, like, what Derek, or well, I can't even say Derek, but like what the community bringing in someone like Dr. Bob would mean to you or to?
I mean, it's all this. It's, you know, we can parse it down to, oh, this was the racist things Bob said. This was the transphobic thing Bob said. But it's all this. I don't want to call it white supremacist, but it's a white boys club. Yeah. And for this community, it seems like it's it just largely is. That's just the nature of the study of the Bible, and they all look like Kipp.
We love Kipp.
No, it's just saying that YouTube's full of a lot of white guys that want to talk about the Bible and argue about the Bible and have debate bro conversations about the Bible.
I love the Bible.
And yeah, me too. That's what got me started in this community. That's why I'm here.
Had a shirt made.
But there comes a point where you gotta say, if we're going to have these people coming on to discuss the Bible with us, maybe we should be conscientious of how they think our audience, what they think about our audience, and most importantly, what your audience thinks about them. I don't know if Derek's learning this the hard way or not, but I mean, I know I unsubscribed from the channel when I saw he had Bob back on. There was just a lot of things that were said, and then when he was on the conversation with Jay and Chrissy, he totally backpedaled and say, no, I never said this, I never said that, when we have the recordings of him saying it. I don't know if these people that listen to Trump long enough think that actually works on regular people, that you can sit there and say you didn't say something you recorded saying long enough and people will believe you. But hell, maybe Derek does. I don't know, but we know what Bob said about trans people. About there was the Jordan Peterson thing that he really came up to bat for, about being compelled to call people by their proper pronouns, by being compelled to properly name the students. And when Jay put him on the spot and said, and I just rewatched that today, when Jay put him on the spot and said, I'm a teacher. If I had a student who was waking up every day worried about how they were being perceived by their classmates and teachers, they would not be focused on their studies. And that would be a problem just of the education system. So trying to make people feel like they're welcome in your classroom, let's extend that to the rest of this community and try to, I don't want to say that we have to build bridges with people who have already shown that they don't want to build bridges, or that maybe they built a bridge with us a couple years ago and the bridge didn't turn out quite as nice as they like. So now they're maybe going to build that other bridge back this way to this guy and see if they can't rekindle that relationship. But I mean, I don't like being a pawn. It's like Jay said. I feel like I'm a token, a pawn. I feel like I'm the person. What Derek did, and I don't want to say that this is what he was thinking, but what he did with Durante, it's like this is I got the black guy to sign off on having Bob back, so we're good. I don't think it works that way. I just like if he had you could have Blair White sign off on some transphobia. Doesn't mean I'm going to be okay with it. I'm not comparing Durante to Blair White, but one person from a marginalized group certainly sure as fuck does not speak for the majority of that community. Even us here, we're all coming at this from different positions. The two people of color on the stream here aren't even necessarily in agreement on all facets of this discussion.
Never.
So, to pretend that because Durante says this, that all black people should just fall in line, to say that even, no offense to Chrissy, even if Chrissy says this is okay for the rest of the trans community to fall in line and say, oh, we're still going to support Myth Vision despite platforming transphobia, I'm done with it.
Yeah.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. I'm rambling.
I think that's I'm glad you brought that up, Bree. Because I think it's useful also to point out that I watched the entirety of Derek's stream with Bob and paid very close attention to the chat, and there were open out transgender people in the chat who are going, yeah, this is not a problem. There is no big deal here. So yeah, there's going to be everyone's got their own take to this, their own approach to this. And I mean, I think the thing that I found so problematic about this when it was happening, and I've been on conversations about this for several days. The thing I think that frustrated me the most is that there was a public reckoning for public infractions, and then a private reconciliation. And I guess, and then you have Derek, my friend, assuring everyone that you just have to trust him because he knows that Bob Price is a good guy. You don't actually believe he would bring Bob back if he didn't know he was a good guy.
I heard Bob say that he should shoot protesters, so
Yeah.
I don't think Bob's a good guy. Right.
But I think the thing that frustrated me the most, and Derek and I have talked about this, is that so much of this has taken place in a dark corner, and that he and Neil and Jacob were the ones to decide for everyone that this was the time and that this was happening, regardless of what the rest of the community thought.
I mean, he's going to get regardless of what the community thinks if that's the way he's going to approach it, right?
And he seems prepared to accept that
repercussion,
which is also kind of terrifying to me.
That's the chest beating. Go ahead, Jess.
Bro is not ready to accept any of this, because if he was, he wouldn't have preemptively blocked me.
And he was blocking a lot of people in that stream.
I know it wasn't just me. I know it was others.
A lot of people.
I want to say a couple of things here. One thing, first things first, we would never give this consideration to anyone outside of a white fucking guy. And a white fucking guy who would...
Not giving him any consideration.
No, right, but I'm saying, like, listen, like, this... Like, I'm not even sorry, I'm not saying this to you because, like, I know you know.
No, it's a lot of
I'm
people.
this,
Yeah.
Broadly.
Yeah.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
And when I say we, I mean the general public, or like we as white people.
Okay.
Right? Which I know y'all are
I
not,
hear
right?
you. I couldn't bring Louis Farrakhan onto the channel and get any kind of grace.
Sorry, I was not
Gotcha.
trying to argue with you. I'm just speaking like...
No, I'm not arguing. I'm arguing. I'm trying to be on the same
totally.
page with you.
I think we are.
I think I get what
where
you're
I'm
saying.
Like, we like the only people that get this kind of careful consideration, like on a small or large level, and to scale, right? Like it depends, but like the only people that get that are white men,
straight white guys.
That's it.
Every single
right?
time.
Like we might try to give that consideration. Maybe we might try to give that consideration to other people, but the assumption of innocence that comes along with it is not something you can have unless you were born and bred in a society that has force-fed you who to agree with, who is right, who is wrong, and like who you should side with. You don't get that unless you've grown up in a society. It may be right or wrong, right? Like, I don't think the way I grew up was right or wrong, but it was definitely the way I grew up, and it's definitely the thing I have to examine now when I'm thinking about literally anything. And I think that, like, we're, like, it blows my mind that we're giving all of this time and attention and all of this sort of, like, nuanced specification to people who, like, are clearly doing fucked up shit. But, like, we're giving them this consideration because we feel like it's the only way we can possibly get them to, like, you know, eventually get on the right side. And, like, again, I know I am speaking from a place of privilege, right? Like, I'm a woman, obviously, but, like, I'm a white woman. So, like, getting men on my side, like, yeah, like, right? Like, but, like, the reality of the situation is that, like, if this was a black man we were talking about, and I'm only talking to the white people in the chat, if this was a black man we were talking about, we would not be having this fucking conversation.
So I think this ties into what Kipp was saying, which is they do this shit publicly. And again, it comes with a fair degree of chest beating. I'm going to do what I want. It's my channel. I'm going to bring on who I want. I'm not going to be bullied into canceling my friend. Okay. And then when something like this happens, then the outcry is, well, but you guys know me. Why didn't you come to me privately and talk to me? And da-da-da-da. And again, it's not just Derek. This has happened again and again and again. It even happened with the Niddy thing. That was why I drew the line. I said, I've done 3 fucking streams calling out Doug's friends. I ain't got but 2 Doug's friends left in my life, and I'm tired of spending 3 hours per stream. You know, and but that is what happened because it took that for that, like, and it's James Apperson. It was the same thing. James used to come in to gather every fucking day. Should I even do this stream? Should I be streaming? Should I even have a YouTube channel? Should I stream? Should I have this person on my channel? Then we have a big episode with a racist. All of a sudden, bypasses that whole part, does a 10-hour stream, and then gets mad. Like, this is a systematic problem that keeps happening, and it is incredibly frustrating. And yeah, the frustration for me is with Derek. Bob Price to me is to the right of Doug. maybe even to the right of Tucker Carlson himself, because the man just seems to have no tact about him. It bothers me even,
He's to the right of
did I say this? It bothers me even that people are so, it's so hard for people to even see the bigotry in those people, because I got to be honest, it's like, it's so blatant and so obvious. And then we get to the point where it's like, we can talk about Doug being a transphobe, or we can talk about these people being racist, but we're not even talking about Bob talking about January 6th and then the fact that Black Lives Matters protesters should have been shot. We're not talking about the fact that Doug thinks we should go back to literacy tests, and that the government should have a program to approve who can be approved to be parents and have children. In other words, it's so hard to get y'all to even acknowledge the basic bigotries that we don't even get to the really crazy shit these people ever say, because we're still stuck on trying to convince the rest of y'all fucking Bob Price is actually a bigot. Like, that is so incredibly infuriating. And it's like y'all have no idea what it's like to actually be marginalized, because most people have some tact, some substance to them, and we have to work really, really hard. And most racists in your life may never be this blatant or fragrant. And so when people don't see it, and that's part of the problem with Derek, it should not matter what any of us say. You know Bob Price better than anybody out here. None of us should have to tell you who that man is and what the appropriate response should be, because it should be that obvious.
Yeah, and I do want to say real quick, the stream wasn't trying to get Derek back per se. I did say at the beginning of the stream that my goal is to educate the community on who Bob is, because again, it had been 2 years and there's so many people that don't understand why he's problematic. And we were at the beginning, I was showing like how a lot of his colleagues have responded to him, and then we were going through a lot of his comments, and it's been a whole thing. I'm not trying to coax Derek back in. Derek is going to make the decision Derek's going to make. I want the community. Like, I'm a very community focused channel. My goal is always to keep the community as well informed as possible.
Can we?
And the community's been asking for this. Everybody's been asking, why is he back? And Derek won't address that. So I want him to know that more than Chrissy wants to know.
I mean, yeah, Heathen Queen wants to know. So
I want to
sign
know.
my name to that line. But also, what I really would like to know is that y'all were going through his comments. Can we do that again? Okay, or not. Sorry.
Roll the tape.
No, we have
let's do
a
it.
clip we can respond to. Yeah, we've got. Hang on, we've got. Maya did some editing, y'all. Y'all don't
I
know.
believe you.
Hold up. I not watch later. History. What was I watching? We did. Is this one? Sorry.
I'm not competent to evaluate that, but I can't say she.
Wait.
Oh,
Can you guys
God.
hear that? I can't. Oh, I had it on mute.
She's a homophobe.
Okay.
I happen to know she doesn't hold it against the many gay people she knows, but
This is him talking about his I don't know. It's a story.
His homophobic cousin. Yeah.
He found an r/that
or
happened.
something like that. And
that's the fact. There's no debating that, except
fatherless black homes or something like that. And
that's the fact. There's no debating that, except for people that just don't like the idea. You can't point out a problem as a first step to trying to clarify and solve it. If you say there's a problem, you're a bigot. That you see what I mean? That they have stretched out racism and bigotry to the point where it is meaningless. But that's what.
So this is Bob saying that no black kids grow up with fathers, and it's a fact. And he doesn't understand why people call him a racist for calling it out.
It's the old the problem is the black culture and their community is just different, and why is it racist for me to point out that black people are the problem with black people?
Yeah, so let's all now talk about black on black crime, the real
But again, I
issue
just
of
want to say, Bob, you're a
society.
fucking coward, bro. Nobody, we're not about to mistake you for MLK. And Bob's just a civil rights activist, y'all. How could we have gotten it so confused? How could
I don't
we
know,
not
but
see?
bro, Bob, I live in Chicago. So this like black on black crime nonsense is like extra dead for me.
Yeah, Baltimore. So,
It's extra dead for me, and I assume for you. But like,
yeah,
that's all.
All right, go ahead,
But
Maya.
I think his point was though that fatherless homes might be a problem or is a problem, but you didn't mention that this occurs in other races as well. You just mentioned the black race.
Well, take a look at the statistics. Now, why is this the case? Certain leftist politicians, especially with LBJ, said that we need to get these people, and the LBJ used the N-word about it. We need to get them in our pocket, and with the war on poverty thing,
By the way,
we'll do
Bob's
that, at least for
Bob's
the next
very
century.
proud
And
of
so,
himself for not using the N-word.
He's super
He really,
proud.
he really is.
right?
He
Yeah,
really
he's
is.
like, oh, everyone
Just
should know
say
that I
it.
didn't say the N
You
word.
want
Like,
to
that's
so
actually a problem
bad.
in itself, but
He-
fuck off, I guess.
He
Yeah,
wrote
I
a
didn't
book
say
with
the
Negroes
N-word,
in the
but
title. And he's very proud of that restraint.
yeah.
But Kip, to your point, this is him being stuck on his analysis of 40 years ago
Yeah.
and acting like it's LBJ, bro. What are you
LBJ,
talking about?
right?
Like, what are you talking about?
Well, no, they hate LBJ because LBJ came out with a lot of the social safety net programs that, I don't know, are keeping a lot of kids, fed. I mean, because we're talking about like food stamps,
Woke.
Job Corps, like a lot of social safety nets, like LBJ did. Republicans fucking hate him and will lambaste him. He has no idea. Well, I can't even say no idea because he, by his own admission, he only listens to Tucker Carlson. So he knows he's spewing Fox News talking points, but because he won't listen to anyone else, he doesn't understand it's just propaganda.
I don't think he actually knows what propaganda is. And I'm not even saying that as like a you're stupid dig. I genuinely don't think he like actually understands what propaganda is. And I don't
think
mean
he
that just in
cares.
in line with what he's saying. I think generally he doesn't get it. That's not an excuse. I just don't think he's smart.
Yeah, he doesn't. No, he doesn't. But again, yeah, that goes to, was that Kip that said, or was it Dadpool that said, I don't think he cares?
Yeah,
I
don't
also
think
don't
he
I think
cares.
that
Like they're saying what he wants them to say. It makes him
Right.
feel good on the insides. It gives him the warm and fuzzies. Doesn't care if it's real or
And
not.
if he didn't, he'd research.
That's all he cares about. It makes him. They're so sensitive, the white guys. He gives them warm and fuzzies, so he's okay with it, whether it's factually true or not.
Or like Leo's comment there, propaganda.
Oof, I be getting some text right now, but I'm gonna put those to the back.
I
Hello.
just
I need you to DM me those texts, Jess.
I shall.
I want to see these
Because
texts.
you want to.
Well, put us in the group chat and let me know, because I'm not about to put them on the internet for everyone to see.
You gotta
Until I'm
email me,
absolutely
so I don't
sure
have
that
your
I will.
info.
No, just put, I don't know. Somehow I contacted. Wait. You can. That's my cat. I'm gonna mute myself.
Oh, Jester, did you?
Hi.
Hi.
So this is what you asked me if it was okay for you to mention wanting to talk about on your show yesterday, because
No, this is what I said I was going to talk about.
backstage. You were asking if I was comfortable with that, and don't ask me that again, because this is absolutely needs
right.
to. Oh my god.
Jester is ADHD.
Absolutely do.
Jester, tell us
also,
more.
I mean, so
Do you live
I
by
had-
an F-150 track?
that's not me.
Oh.
All right.
I
Did you want to say anything about Bob Price?
did. Although I'm still trying to wrap my head around the fact that he said that no black man grew up with a father.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if he He didn't say that per se, but it's the Fox News
I mean,
thing
And
where
that
they
happened
just
like a
don't
couple of
believe
years
that.
ago.
Yeah. And the thing is that, yeah, I can't verify, but it's not, marriage isn't really pushed on Black people. It's more of like, okay, well, you could pay for this party, or you could stack your cash and buy a house and, get things together. It's very common in the Black community for a couple to have 2 kids and then get married, because 10 years down the line, you're more stable. And I don't know, for whatever reason, weddings are a big thing here. So to have a Black woman would rather have like the party of her dreams and, 10 year, after children and they bought a house and, whatever, then go to City Hall, which is kind of taboo. It's like you're not really married if you go to City Hall. But it doesn't mean the couple isn't together. It just, means that they're not prioritizing marriage. And so then Fox News will take that to mean that the dad's not around and, all dads just leave.
Also, I'm gonna just say, shut your white ass up, Bob Price. We know that concern trolling is bullshit. We know it's a racist trope. You do not give iota the first about what the actual issues are that are affecting Black people. So I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it, because you're going to turn around again and then defend Fox News and the same capitalistic, Christ of fascist, white supremacist empire that is destroying the Black community. So again, the concern trolling, again, it's never going to work. Nobody's ever going to get confused and think, oh my God, Bob. Sorry, Bob. We meant to invite you down to the Urban League to come speak to the youths to improve the culture.
Right.
Want somebody to think of the children.
No, yeah, exactly.
I just wanted to, on that note, because it's why I jumped in here. I grew up in until I was 9. I lived in like Rockford, Illinois, which is real close to Chicago. Jessica sees, and I remember as a white ghetto kid being a little jealous, because even if somebody in the Black community didn't have a father, they had other Black men in their lives, because the Black community looks out for that. And nobody knew about my situation in my home, but if I had reached out, there were white kids in my neighborhood who had Black pseudo fathers, because the Black community looks out and they're not really racist about it. They got to get to know you. Like if you walked down the wrong street, they would be looking at you.
Oh yeah.
But, once they knew you, they watch out for you. And you just don't get that in white culture. So if he wants to be concerned about anybody's culture, please be concerned about the fact that we do not have social community in white culture, and we are a social species. It's really fucking simple.
Also, it's something I wanted to point out to my students, is that it is very frustrating to continue to get the sort of civility prioritizing and all of this that you get from a white culture that is absolutely made itself by dominant by colonization, genocide, slavery. That is the history. And it is very frustrating for those people to then turn around and, buying their own cultural superiority, then critique the culture of marginalized people. It's just so tone deaf.
Yeah.
It's Very
Yeah, and
frustrating.
also Aunt Jer brings up, where are all the black fathers in prison for life for having a single joint in their pockets? Bob never talks about that.
Oh,
Of course.
that's true.
That doesn't match the narrative he's wanting to build.
I mean, I can even personally attest to watching two friends, one white, one black, walk down the street, have a cop stop them, frisk them both. Guess who went to jail?
Yeah.
Even though they were both caught with something? Yeah. Shocking. Who knew?
Which one?
The black one.
It was you, wasn't it, Jester?
Just making sure.
Yeah. No. I was never walking around with pot around in Illinois. I had friends to do that for me.
I was always walking around with pot in Illinois.
She was. Can confirm.
I mean,
what else is there to do in Illinois?
I live in Chicago, so shut up.
Bree, I had 5 drug dealers as my best friends. I didn't need to carry a damn thing anywhere. Wherever I went, there was a joint.
I've dropped my TikTok video about Rob Price into the chat via my phone. So if anyone is like, what the fuck is going on? And you want like a primer, it's not all of the details, but there's like a basic start there. And that's like a shameless plug, but also not, I couldn't bring myself to like talk about all of it, but.
Can we pull it up and watch it?
Yeah.
I mean, I guess it's like an old video, but it is like a good starting point.
Let's see where we.
And I don't remember, but I'm sure I said something dickish, which is like a trademark. But
all right, I've got it. I can pull it up.
Oh yeah, I was gonna say.
I hope it doesn't suck. I haven't watched it in a while.
All right, let's check it out. Hang on a sec.
Oops.
All right, so yeah, I got it.
I'm after you.
Hang on. What is this? Oh, it's a TikTok video. Okay, I gotta find the TikTok. I got like 1 million tabs. All right, here we go. All right, somebody's typing. I don't know who's typing.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry. Volume. I know how to use social media, gang.
Heathens, buckle up. Today we're going to be discussing a certain bigoted scholar, so trigger warning, racism, transphobia, misogyny, rape apology, etc. So I'm sure some of you recognize this man. His name is Dr. Robert Price. He is most known for his work around mythicism. A couple of days ago, multiple people sent me links and screen grabs of places where he has been consistently racist and transphobic and misogynistic, etc. Here he says he proposes that the Washington Redskins change their name to the... Here he says that Michael Brown was another Trayvon martyr.
Wait, hang on a second. The
Brown was another...
You said that the...
Savages.
Oh, he proposed the Savages for... Wow. That's worse than Washington football team.
Here he in the stream here, he actually tells Doug he was just joking.
I totally forgot about the Trayvon Martin thing.
Haha, so
Trayvon Martyr. Yeah.
Trayvon Martyr, yeah. I totally forgot. Oh my goodness.
And a
but I
always
never
just
do.
a joke, right?
This is
Every
his own
episode.
blog, so I'm sure you can see what's...
His own blog, Black Lives Matter.
Yeah, Doug made him respond to all of these.
Problematic here, and all the words are awful. He also wrote an intro to an anthology called Flashing Swords, where there was rape apologists, misogyny, transphobia, homophobia, etc.
Yeah, and that was
I posted all of this and asked people to stop platforming him. And some men on the internet that make a lot of money off him are big mad.
Big mad.
Yeah, so I was
big
right
mad.
then and I'm right now.
Yeah.
But
yeah,
anyway.
absolutely. Tsumami's here. Wait, Tsumami, we can't hear you.
Yeah, because I was muted.
Okay, well, there you go. Tsumami, what do you want to say about Bob Price?
Well, I don't know. I'll talk in a minute. Okay.
Oh, sorry. Okay, I didn't want you to feel ignored. All right, Maya, do you want to share your thing again?
I thought I was sharing it. No, yeah, I was sharing
Oh,
it.
maybe you are. I don't know. I shared, so I don't know if you have to.
No, it was over there. I think you just need to.
I got to stop sharing. All right, and then I think you got to share your thing. Oh, it said you shared your screen. Hang on, let me add it. I'm
It's
figuring
fine.
it out. There we go.
It's been a long day.
There we go.
The people that are trying to manipulate them.
You probably can't see this, but do you recognize?
Yeah, I know what it is. Yeah.
Okay, so you wrote. So the title here is Michael Brown's parents go to an odd place to speak out against the Ferguson police, and then you wrote, what she should be mourning about is that her son was a worthless thug, another Trayvon martyr.
So they're here speaking out about police brutality. And he responds saying she should be mourning that her son was a worthless thug.
So what did you mean by that statement?
Well, exactly what I said. This guy was no damn good. He tried to wrestle away the policeman's gun and shoot him with it. There was no hands up, don't shoot thing. That was shown later to be a lie. And this whole thing was based on this thug who was robbing a store, shoplifting, and then refused to cooperate with the police and then tried to shoot the policeman. He's just a worthless thug.
He's dead. He's dead. You are like trolling his mother at this point. I don't know. Anybody, I mean, before we move on, did anybody else want
to? I mean, the thought came into my mind as I was watching the stream yesterday, and I've kind of alluded to it today. I think this is related to Bob's scholarship, which is all stuck in 1987, right?
Mm-hmm.
He's 70, and I mean, I think we're all probably thinking the same thing here, that it's just maybe not even possible for Bob Price to change. He's a 70-year-old man who has, lived his life successfully to this point, with these ideas and these views intact. When guys get to be old, this becomes harder. And I just every time I watch him and I listen to him, I just see an old guy who's stuck in 1987.
Are those even all? I'm sorry, because I'm a comic book-esque fan, and
those are all Superman.
It bugs me seeing a Superman fan who is racist. Do you even know who you are putting behind you and what he would say to your ass about the racism? Because
I was born in 1989, and thus anyone trying to tell me that, like, and Kipp, I do get what you're saying. Sorry, this is not like a dig on Kipp at all. Because, like, I think what Kipp is saying is right, but I'm also like, I was born in 1989 and somehow, like, weaseled my way out of, like, fundamentalist bullshit, hater-ass conservative politics. So, like, if I can do it, he can too. That's my
no, I mean,
take.
he can, but again, it's harder as you age. Stephanie Holmes is the same age, so as Bob.
Yeah.
So I mean, it's not impossible to wrap your mind around shit. It just
I think yeah. Sorry,
but like,
Maya.
why are we like good excusing that?
No, who's doing that?
I mean,
no, I just
we're saying that he's not going to change. Like,
right? No, I don't think he's going to change.
And that's the whole point of the stream. He's not changing. Why are we platforming him? Like, that's the whole point.
Yeah,
of the
no,
stream.
I agree.
And again, I hear
you,
you, Titan. That's Titan is saying it's ageism, but and I'm not saying that because he's old that he can't change. I'm saying that it's. I mean, it is true that he's less likely without wanting to. And I think we did see, as Jay said, he suffered a lot of backlash for his views. And Derek and Neil brought him on with Jay and Chrissy to try to like, can he hold it together for an hour, man? He just doesn't want to.
Yeah, so
It's
Chrissy just sent me a text and said, please say this. My grandmother is 89 and grew up conservative Methodist. She changed to respect me as a trans person. Bob can change, he just refuses. Old
That's what I'm
people aren't
saying.
any less capable of changing. End.
Yeah, that's exactly what
Yep.
I'm saying.
Boy,
Yeah.
I don't feel like any of us are qualified to talk about.
I
Just
mean, I think the main part is it's not our job to worry about whether
There
or
you
not
go.
whether Bob can change. That's Bob's deal. Fuck Bob. If he wants to not change, that's fine. Go sit in the corner with your Superman action figures and reflect on the fact that Superman is an allegory for Jewish Americans.
Never thought
And
about that, but I never got into Superman.
that's
Don't cancel me.
why that was frustrating me, because it's
he was invented by a Canadian, by the way.
Yep, he was. And
Detective Comics.
I do think there's a certain malignant nature to these personalities, and I do think, you know, I love this community, and I think you know, I love it partially because I think a lot of us are recovering from religious trauma, but I think a lot of us have these same type of malignant personalities in our own families. And I see this all the time with the apologists we deal with. I cannot tell you how many apologists I can just look and spend 5 minutes on their channel. Niddy, we do this all the time with people you have on. We jump on their channel, we spend 5 minutes, and boom, there's the homophobia, there's the misogyny, there's the anti-woke, it's so easy. But if they say to us, hey brother, I would love to have a conversation, let's just have a respectful, nice conversation, like we bend over backwards to do it. And at some point, I just think that this is part of the thing. Like there's a unique vulnerability to a community of people that are recovering from religious trauma to be taken advantage of by malignant narcissistic personalities. And it's very difficult for us to see this, because part of it is we want to believe that other people can be like us and be reasonable and change and learn about other people's humanity, when it's not necessarily that likely. And I also think it's hard for us to admit that these people were never going to be what we thought they were. That conversation with that person about evolution was never going anywhere to begin with. Yes, they used you for comments and clicks and to show themselves engaging with an atheist, and it works every single fucking time. And it's very difficult for us to look in the mirror and recognize, yo, they played us. I know
That's
it
actually
sucks.
a really good point, and I would love someone to clip the last 2 minutes of that and it go viral, because you fucking nailed it, man.
all I can say is preach, brother Jay.
Yeah.
Preach.
I appreciate that.
That was
I
amazing.
mean,
You said all
especially the old man has trouble changing, or old lady. Man, my mom has been using that line on me since she was younger than I am now.
I mean, it just is harder for them. I mean, it does get hard. I'm not saying it's impossible, but it is harder for old people to. It's what do you call it? The neuroplasticity. It's just.
Yeah.
Wait, did I miss something? What happened? Why is everybody holding their mouth and not saying things?
Jess, you're muted.
Jess is muted.
I was just yawning.
I was covering my
Oh,
face.
okay.
And I yelled
It looked
when I
like
was
you were like,
reading the chat, but it's great.
I was like, did we get
Did you see
rated?
something gross?
Well, I saw something in the chat, and I know
okay.
myself where I usually will just exclaim something without thinking about who was talking. So I like grabbed my face, but I was already muted because I like thought in the future.
Okay.
But then I made a big
Yeah.
scene anyway. So
no worries, no worries. No, I was just saying, I mean, like, yeah, I mean, it is just harder to do things as you get older. It's not impossible. It is not impossible. It is not impossible. But again, you have to want to. And I just don't see, and the thing is, it wouldn't matter if you were 20 or 70. It's nearly impossible to get somebody to change if they don't want to.
That is fair.
What's this nonsense going off in the private chat, y'all? Somebody needs to kick Wesley out of there.
What?
No, don't
No,
add
it's not
Wesley.
Wesley. It's just this Johnny person. I don't know who they are.
Say kick Wesley out of here. I'd say add him.
I don't know.
Yeah. I don't know why Wesley's
I
here.
think Wesley has been kicked.
Yeah, Wesley got kicked a long time ago.
Okay.
I saw Wesley. Oh, okay.
Yeah, I don't know who this Johnny
Niddy talked
Pederosa is,
about Wesley,
and I'm not too keen on new people right now.
Johnny,
YouTube is traumatizing Johnny.
Here, I'm gonna try and speak to Johnny for a second here, just so they don't feel hated on.
All right, while you're doing that,
I don't know.
No,
It's Johnny something.
Oh no, never mind. It's not a cartoon guy.
No.
Wait, what? Well, while he's doing that, I brought up the video of Derek talking to Pine Creek. He sounded very different 2 years ago. I'm just saying.
What? White people or whatever other subject it might be, where he's talking this way. It doesn't look good. So let's not make a judgment. Let's not jump to conclusions. All right, Bob, will you at least come back and retract, or at least say, I apologize for the way this looks. I apologize for how this was conveyed. This definitely looks bad. I get it. It was not intended to be that way. Blah, 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 blah. No. There's a way to talk. And when you double down and tell the man who's like one of your sons and his
There's
wife,
also a way to not
no, I will not
platform.
apologize.
Just
I will not. I will double down and I will make sure that I defend myself. And you sit back and go, what do you do when people have made the statements that your channel is called price vision and other things like that? After a while, you go, they think I think what this guy thinks. And I definitely don't, but I didn't even know how far it went. And I know that you don't even draw all the conclusions that Bob does. Anyone watching that episode should know that. I mean, you were like, cool the guys down, for example, with shooting protesters and stuff. You're like, oh, hold on, what?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a great point right there. Like, Bob was talking about shooting protesters, and Pine Creek was like, hey, where's the brakes? He's right of Pine
That's
Creek.
what I'm saying. And but even this whole thing is crazy. And you start to look back at it more critically. Derek, what are you talking about? Apologize for how you made this look. Well, can you at least see? And then again, it's a problem that you're sitting down with Pine Creek, who himself is just, oh my goodness. We don't even have time. We don't even have time, y'all.
Pine Creek was just sus at this
Trigger
point.
nuts.
Because remember, this wasn't too long after he had Dr. Bob on. So it was way before it was around the time that everybody started like giving him the side eye, but before he was just like, balls off Trump's.
I knew who Doug was at this point, but yeah, go ahead. Like, keep playing it.
Well, there's definitely things that he said were wacky.
Oh, okay.
But I guess my whole thing is to apologize for how it looks. I mean, you would both of us.
Even Doug knows it's fucked up.
Racist, and 90% of my audience thought, yo, D, this looks pretty racist.
I would still not apologize for it.
You're different than me.
Yeah.
Because I actually care.
Yeah, Doug's a racist.
Yeah, true.
You're very bold and blunt.
And again, right now, Derek is saying that, what do you call it? It was only one person. He was being, bullied, or what was the term? What was the term you used? Blackmailed. He's being blackmailed by one person. It was just one person. He didn't really feel this way, but he had to because of this one person. And now all of a sudden it's 90% of the community. And it looks bad. And he'll get to it later, where he talks to all these people and he's like, yeah, I can't go forward with this.
This is the problem, is it's not just he's some random guy. Like for you, Doug, I'd invite you on. I don't know all the details and in and outs of anything you believe or think in life. You're not close to home. he wasn't just a random scholar that I was interviewing like I do other scholars. He was at home base. What he said impacted my 3 sons and my wife. What he says impacts my business. And by the way, if anyone doesn't know this, I paid him for every episode he's ever been on.
Okay.
Everything he ever did, employer-employee situation. So when they talk about
facts,
cancel culture this, cancel culture that, if I would have canceled him right out the gate because people said, hey, this guy has bad views and I'm not coming on the channel. By the way, it wasn't 30 scholars at once. This is over a cumulative of 2 years that I've had academics tell me
30 people,
not interested in
30 scholars.
With his kind of views and with the things he said about people in social classes and stuff that I do not line up with. So I said, okay, fine. I kept doing what I did. It works. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. I kept Dr. Bob and kept going. But I want to get to the point I'm trying to get at. And this is the thing. Once that happened, I made a video. Anyone who goes back to before my crybaby video, I call it a crybaby video, whatever. I'm crying my eyes out because this really, really, really hurt. It did. The video before that, I doubled down. I said, I don't care what he thinks. I'm going to interview the guy. The next video, I'm crying. And what happened between...
All right, real quick, Maya, real quick, because I think it's an important point. Because, again, we're all looking through this again with fresh eyes, but I need people to understand that this is a bigger problem that happens in our community all the time. When guys get called out and get held accountable for the people they're platforming, they feel bad for themselves. And they feel bad that they can no longer platform the guy. That, if you listen to what Derek is saying, Derek has said very little about how harmful Bob's views are to people. How Derek knows there are people in his audience who these things hurt, right? The empathy is not there. It's really just, this is so hard. Bob is one of my mentors. No, you guys don't understand. Like, it really sucks that I can't have him any. I was trying to say, Bob, could you at least tell him, it looks bad, right? Like, if you think about where the focus of his attention is, it's not in the right place at all. It is not really about the people that are being harmed. It's about the effect this is having on his channel.
Yeah. And I remember seeing this live and I didn't hear that at the time, but yeah.
I said what I said.
I said what I said. Yeah, facts.
Oh, right. Yeah.
He did not. He cut me off. He wrote me and said, "This is really goodbye." And he's the one.
I think you already said all this on one of the videos you made. But my one question I had that was unanswered was he was on a Canadian Catholic show and said some stuff. I don't know if you saw it.
I did not. I don't watch that guy's channel.
One thing he said was that he offered you to leave and just be gone quietly, and then that was it. Is that true?
So let me tell you the chronology. I almost made a video about this, not for YouTube, but for Facebook, because I've had a few people approach me going, because he's written things, he's saying things after the fact that makes me feel like maybe I need to respond so people understand. There's still crap going on in drama. I don't even care to get into, but I will for the sake of the audience. And I hope this can get out for everybody to see. The first things first, that video before I cried, 4 days before I made the cry video, called Dr. Bob. And I said, Bob, I have academics that are approaching me and making a big fuss out of some of the things you said. And they've sent me these screenshots, these images, these memes, you name it. And they said, these look racist, right? This is like obvious bigotry. They didn't say look racist. Did Jesus really what it looked like? And I'm sitting here going, well, Bob's an old man. Maybe you're misunderstanding him. The way I would analogize this is a boyfriend who's dating a girl who may not be the best girlfriend. And people are saying, hey, by the way, she's cheating on you. Now,
homie, this is like, sorry, this is victim blaming 101, but yeah, let's continue. Like, I couldn't make a worse
The people screaming cancel culture are looking at.
I think he's calling himself the girlfriend.
He is.
I know, but it doesn't make it better somehow.
No, I'm not saying it makes it better,
right.
but
I
think it would be worse if he was. Yeah,
but I think you're right. Yep.
At the friends of the friend who are saying, hey, she's cheating on you as cancel culture. There's some problems. Bob Price has some really radical views. You should really pay attention to this. I'm not coming on that platform as long as that guy's on there. So I went and made the video, doubled down and said, hey, he's still coming on. I don't care because what Bob thinks isn't what I think.
Like, I mean, it is almost like he's like a needy girlfriend. I don't understand like why Bob's scholarship, like this niche scholarship is worth, he's saying by his admission, 30 people. I could have 30 people on or this guy who's Dr. Kipp? I mean, you're saying like his scholarship isn't even
No.
like.
Yeah, it's bad.
I mean, God.
It's
I'm just so
bad.
glad Kipp said it because I've been saying it, but I'm not
It's
a scholar
bad.
in that world, so I'm just judging it from like an academic
No
point
one's-
of view. But
Look,
I'm so
do
glad
a-
Kipp said it.
Do a Google anyone can do this. Do a Google scholar search on Bob Price. Or sorry, Robert
Do it.
M. Price, because
Do it.
there's a whole bunch. And it's, I mean, what you're going to come up with is people, you know, legitimate scholars who've reviewed his books occasionally to talk about how bad they are. And then to cite him very briefly as sort of a curio in their introductions to historical Jesus is that one nutty guy out there who, you know, thinks he didn't exist. And that's the extent of Bob Price's impact in biblical scholarship.
But Kipp, who else has an academic impact like that? Is it not creationist? Is it not almost the same MO?
I mean, he'd be better off hitching his wagon to creationists, honestly.
It would have actually probably more effect if he hitched his wagon to creationists.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is
But Kipp, isn't it the same thing though? They're citing their book summaries, their own journals.
It's like they're citing their own circle jerk. And I say that as someone who is currently studying to get a degree in academia, like a master's, like it's basically citing your own circle jerk. Like that's what's happening.
So Bob Price launched the Journal of Higher Criticism, which is where he's published most of his academic stuff.
That's shocking.
And it's he launched the Journal of Higher Criticism because he was frustrated with the fact that you know, critical scholars weren't listening to him, and he couldn't get stuff done.
Dr. Kipp, did you just say
legitimate
That sounds just like
What was it?
The Journal of
Journal
Higher
of Higher
Criticism.
Oh,
yeah, you best believe I booked that. If you think I'm never gonna run out of content ever, but we'll move on from that.
Yeah, when it gets to start your own journal territory, it's.
I mean,
creationist
like,
start my own.
Scholars,
it's called the Journal
I mean,
of
journals
Higher
get started by scholars, but it's, you know, it's usually a few of them, and they usually have like an advisory board, and they usually, you know.
Yeah.
I'm gonna dip off the panel, but I'll be lurking. I love you guys.
I love you,
Yeah.
Niddy, I'm gonna just say before you go, fuck you. You're ruining the fucking internet because. No, for real though, you are like
literally
that,
the worst.
No, but you're literally that dude that like, first off, like nobody wanted to go through this with. Just so you know, like when that whole thing happened with you and Doug, everybody was like, "This blows." We really like fucking Niddy.
Go fuck yourself.
But
That's
you
true.
did,
I like pretty much pieced out of that.
yeah. But Niddy was like, "Nah, I know who my friends are. I know who looks out for me." And like, bro, you changed everything, and like, you're still that dude. Like, because people didn't like your comment on Derek's stream, but you came into this stream and like addressed it. Like, you know, it's just Niddy, we're proud of you, and we fucking love you, bro. Like,
I didn't even see that comment. I just didn't like you all along.
I just don't like your fucked up ass Lego collection.
Here's the short story. Thank you. It's
no,
true.
Niddy, come on, you gotta.
It was so fun.
Niddy needs subs, everybody.
Sub.
I'm almost at
Niddy, where
give him some other ones.
Where do they sub, Niddy?
I'll put.
How do they
I'm
find
at
you?
Niddy 2.0. You can
Do it or else I'll roast
Before
you
you
on
go,
the internet.
Niddy.
Niddy 2.0.
And Crystal got you in
Is
the
that
chat.
why I
Go,
can't
Niddy.
find you?
Probably. What?
I was too sad to hang out with you on Saturday night, but I think you and I should absolutely hang out this Saturday night.
Wait, Kipp, are you drinking wine?
Yes.
Wow.
Kipp always drinks
been drinking wine this
during
whole
these.
time.
Listen, I'm so sorry. Kipp and I don't usually talk on cam.
Yeah, he
Sorry.
really has.
So
Niddy.
Right. Well,
I
it's
can't
Niddy's
this
turn.
Saturday because
Oh,
my
no.
Niddy's got to spend some time in a hotel room with Miss Niddy.
No, I'm not. I'm
Okay.
drunk now.
All right. Hey now.
When Niddy's talking to herself in the third person, we love it.
Hey now.
Hey.
I need my titties. So
Jeez.
I killed Jess. I just
You killed 2 Jesses with 1 stone.
The I need my titties sounded so genuine.
Oh, it is.
Oh
It
no,
was
he meant that from the
genuine.
heart.
I'm gonna need a
He
moment.
speaks from the heart. Nitty always speaks from the
everyone
heart.
needed that moment. Anyway,
Next weekend.
You're not wrong.
Good time.
I was gonna
Right,
say
guys?
something and it's gone.
Oh no.
Sorry.
It's up to me.
No, but
Okay,
it was,
well, I'm gonna
killing
bounce
yourself.
too.
Wait. Oh yeah, Bree.
Oh wait, you
Real
can't
quick,
leave
real
without chilling yourself.
Yeah.
Niddy's turn.
If for people who don't know, at first I went back into this is real quick, back into Myth Vision in my ultimate easy good faith mode, and then I reconsidered everything, and I'm like, where am I really? Right? And this is where I am. And like I said before, there's a lot more that needs to happen on that side, and I'm gonna stick to what I said before. It's defect and disarm and understand this community. So yeah,
We love you, and
I know I love you too,
yeah.
guys. I'll be
Niddy.
lurking.
Appreciate you.
Well,
Let's
message
get
me,
Bree
not
to
when you're
let's
ready
get
anytime.
let's get
Thanks
Bree
for
to
that.
show before we get Michael in here.
Bree, show that beautiful
hi.
smile.
Yeah. Hi.
Oh my God,
So I was asked to come in here and kind of give my 2 cents on it. I think I have. I don't know how much more I have to offer on the subject. I've never associated with Bob Price. I've never associated with Derek on a public platform before. We've talked in the DMs and stuff and messages, but that's about it. I was disappointed because, again, as I said at the beginning, I thought this was all settled and that we had moved on from it, but apparently it was just waiting until we forgot. So we didn't forget. So here we are.
Bree, tell people to find you.
So
Yeah.
who are you?
Oh yeah, I'm Hive
Yeah.
Psi. It's right there by my name. Saturday mornings, 7 or so was it would be 7:30 Pacific, 8:30 Mountain, 9:30 Central, and 10:30 Eastern. So if you want to come hang out with me and watch me debunk some seriously wild conspiracy theories or cryptozoology or anything like that, come hang out.
And the
Also,
transpositions.
yeah, on
Okay.
Thursday nights, I have the Transpositions, which a show I run with Stephanie Helms, Ember Belrad, and Carly Chardonnay Webb. It's a weekly news channel for with a focus on news for trans folks. So if you're interested in that, you can come check that out as well. Thank you so much for inviting me, Maya.
Thanks for coming, Bree.
Yeah, thank you for
I
coming.
miss you, Bree. Love you. Bye.
Love you. Bye.
All right,
Bye,
old
Bree.
white man. Do you have anything to add to this
Bree.
conversation?
Yeah,
Old
Okay,
white
Bree.
man
Atheist
from
baby.
Mexico.
from Mexico. Yeah, no, I came on.
Where'd
as
you
a
steal that
color
baby
cleanser.
from?
We saw
Give me that baby.
We saw the kitten. We had,
It's the
we had to have a
solstice baby.
No, I'll make this quick because he'll get fussy. But yeah, this whole thing is heartbreaking. And you know, Chrissy just said in the comment that he's a cute baby. Chrissy was one of the first persons in this community to know that I was having a baby. I messaged her from the ultrasound when I first saw him's heartbeat. And it really breaks my heart that she's hurting over this shit. And guess who called me when he was born? When he was a premature baby, he was in ICU, and Derek called me. And I love Derek. And this is fucking terrible. Because Derek called me because he was worried about stuff going on with Jay. And I interceded, and Jay, you might remember Derek got on your stream that day. Because Derek called me.
Yeah, I
Derek
do.
called me in the hospital, and he's like, dude, I'm in the hospital. My kid's in ICU, but I love you, brother. What's up? You know, me and Derek talked. And I was so proud of Derek when he made that stream and said, I'm not platforming somebody that's hurting people. And now when this other stream, I haven't listened to it all. You know, my hands are full. But I think I probably most identify with what Kipp said. It's like when he publicly went in public and said, I'm taking him off. We were so proud of him, and he's like making a stand. And then he privately reconciles and puts him on without, he could have made a stream with just him. And he said, hey, community, we need to talk. Here's where I'm at with Bob Price. I want to get you guys feedback. I'm conflicted. Like, I understand loving somebody who's not all there and an old man and part of your family. I get it. Like, I had racists in my family. I get the heart tug, right? I get it. But he's got a bigger responsibility to us, those of us that have loved him and talked to him and been friends with him. And I don't get it, you know? So anyway, that's my 2 cents. I love you, Chrissy. I hope things, you know, I mean, the whole thing sucks. I'm glad I live in Mexico.
Michael, hold on.
She's listening.
Hold on. Let me talk
That's all.
for a second.
Okay. No, I'm just saying she's listening to Michael.
Your baby's head is misshapen.
It is? Yeah. Is your head misshapen, buddy?
Yeah. So is yours.
Not like
he's semi-bald. He's semi-bald because you want to know.
I'm being serious here. This is like
part of the reason it's misshapen is he was preemie and he didn't go through the birth canal. But,
okay. That makes sense.
Does that make sense? Yeah, he was born 6 weeks premature. He's been tested and blood tested, and I mean, if there's something wrong, you think I should go test, we'll do it.
No,
so he's good.
Stop.
Okay, no, I'm sorry. I'm just.
Yeah, we're just measuring skulls. No big deal.
Yeah.
Whoa! All right.
Don't they make corrective, like little corrective helmets to help with the PPE?
Yes,
they do.
I have a friend who had a baby with a.
Also helpful if you want to get an early start on football. Chrissy, we're so glad to have you.
Hey, Chrissy.
Chrissy, I told you she was listening. You fucking lose. No.
Thanks for joining us. I know this is tough.
Yeah, I'm not going to stay on long.
Understood.
A variety of reasons, which Maya and Kipp could probably tell you all behind the
Chrissy,
scenes.
are you in space?
No, this is the mural of my brother's old bedroom. It's a long story that would take another hour of the stream to explain, so I'm not going to do that.
My only interruption, Chrissy, is that your hair looks great, and then I will shut up for the rest of this.
I'm glad someone can't notice all the dead ends.
Love it.
So the thing I wanted to say about this situation, there are some actors I'm not going to talk about, but I am going to talk about Bob. I knew Bob years ago.
Hang on, Jester. I think we're getting a lot of background noise. Can you mute just so we can hear
it's probably me too.
Oh, yeah. No worries.
Let me just say goodbye, Chrissy. I love you, and maybe we could talk soon or do something. And everybody else, love you guys.
All right, Mike. Thanks for coming through. Appreciate you, brother.
Bye bye. Say bye bye. Bye bye, everybody.
Thank you. Thanks for coming on, Mike.
Sorry, go ahead, Chrissy.
So I don't think that was me, but if you keep hearing it, let me know. I'll mute.
So I've known Bob for years. I've also known, Derek for years. I was one of his earliest guests, and I was on with Bob in a stream that we all did together. And I quickly became friends with Bob. I was in his journal twice, and I was slated to be in the Varieties of Jesus Mythicism book that he published with John Loftus. And that summer is the summer when he wrote that Flashing Swords introduction that Jess talked about in that TikTok video. I was one of the people that told people like the Friendly Atheist about this behind the scenes, and I was also one of the people to retract my chapters over that whole situation. And I talked to Derek about this in 2020, 2 years before Jess came on the scene to finally help oust him. And he did that stream with Doug and everything. And no one listened at all back then. And it's been really strange now coming back here being having now been very public about being trans, being very public about social justice, being one of the people with Jay to talk with Bob when he wanted to try and make the comeback initially, and it's and even me wanting to try and extend that grace for him to make the public apology. I don't know how many of you have seen the whole stream. I quit about halfway through.
It was rough. It was rough, and I feel very used in hindsight. Please continue, Chrissy. But yeah, I just wanted to commiserate.
And that's what it felt like, and I think, and it's so in seeing this entire situation play out and going back through and like looking at Bob's scholarship and looking at the way he acts as a scholar, I feel kind of bad that I ever gave him the grace to begin with. Because there is you can go through all of his different books and they'll everyone will just talk about like how his politics doesn't infect his scholarship and stuff like that. People love talking about that. In the introduction to my book on Philemon, I have a little note in there specifically giving a content warning because some of the people that I end up having to talk about in that book are racists and anti-Semites and stuff like that. And I footnote specifically on Bob Price because while doing the research on that book, by just sheer chance, I was reading one of his books. It was Holy Fable, and I think it was the 3rd volume of that series. And he just starts doing a parody of Black slave talk. He characterizes the slave Onesimus using a parody of the whole how Looney Tunes characterized Black slaves. Like,
I have to say, I mean, the first thing I think of, Chrissy, when I hear that is because Bob doesn't know fucking much about antiquity or the Bible or things that we're supposed to know about in the field. I just don't think he does.
No, I'm the things he does know more often than not, he's regurgitating from people in the 19th century who knew better back then.
Right.
And so it shocked me a little bit going back and finding all of that and realizing that there's not a single facet of this man that this sort of behavior doesn't define. It's everywhere. It's in the journal. It's in his books. It is in every single thing this man does. He wrote an article for a Southern Baptist journal, and this was about 2 years ago, and he teamed up with another mythicist bro named Raphael Lataster, who is currently one of the leading voices in anti-COVID-19 vaccination conspiracy theories.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
And they teamed up for a Southern Baptist journal where Bob wrote an article unironically calling Trump the God Emperor.
My God.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God, is he a
God
prophet?
Emperor Trump. I'm not
Wow.
kidding. Like
Wow.
I've seen all of this. I've gone through all of this, and you go through and read his book Judaizing Jesus, and it is as bad as that title sounds.
Oh, rough.
And there's an entire chapter where he's talking about Jesus possibly being influenced by Buddhism, and his main source that he cites through the beginning of that whole chapter is email conversations with his pal Christian Lintner, who was a Holocaust denier and pal of David Duke. They organized international Holocaust denial conferences.
Mm-hmm.
Christian Lintner wrote articles for a fascist Danish party online
arguing that race mixing would degenerate the Danish blood. These are the people he just routinely has in his circle. Another person constantly in his journal is Ralph Ellis. Ralph Ellis, for those that are unaware, has gone on public rants about how women and black people being airplane pilots leads to higher rates of crashes.
Stop me when you've heard this one recently. No, I mean, that's crazy.
Right.
Wow, Chrissy.
And Bob knows this. In fact, not only does Bob knows this, when this was all initially made public by people, I'm not going to name names, but we all know who they are. When all that was initially made public, Bob doubled down by having Ralph appear more in the journal.
Hell yeah, brother. Or whatever the kids are saying these days.
I know for a fact that Bob is like absolutely livid with me and with other people. He's threatened litigation against people in the past because how dare you besmirch his name? It's not besmirching his name when you can just see it with your eyes.
When it's just like screenshots of like what he said.
Yeah, like
I mean, is besmirching my name stating the things I actually
apparently every time I've tweeted something, I've besmirched my own name. Wouldn't you know? I don't know.
And so for those that don't know the current context, like I'm in the hot seat, especially right now, because I made a frankly rather understandable mistake given a situation with another creator for who was in his videos and in a photograph displaying regalia from a white nationalist group and had a photograph with them.
Fucking yikes.
It turns out that there is a context behind that, but like it's interesting because if it weren't for the fact that he's a rather larger creator, if I came out and said the things I said about said about that with that context in mind, like photographs displaying regalia, stuff like that, and I made a public comment like, which is what I basically said was this guy's been associated with the white nationalist or white supremacist movement in the past.
Wait, who are you talking about?
I'm not going to say on stream. I can message you details, or you can ask Kipp or Maya. Both of them know it.
This sounds concerning.
I think it is concerning. It just sounds like you're trying to avoid like harassment.
Right.
I have talked to this guy behind, but and this is going to come back into this. People shouldn't have to take me at my own word, kind of thing. You can ask me in private for details on that, but I'm essentially in the hot seat for making a mistake that has been a common one for years because this guy had not clarified anything publicly about the context of those photos or what he was doing.
Well, yeah, I mean, if you see somebody in a photo with Klan members, I mean, I think it would be worth a question.
Like, what are you alleging?
Yeah, and I'm not even sure about this context. I know I know what was the black guy that used to always go talk to Klans members.
Oh, yeah, I know who you're talking about. Yeah, he would collect the hoods or whatever.
Yeah. I used to think that guy was amazing. Now I think he's kind of an idiot, and I'm not impressed. And okay, fine, go hang out with Klansmen, but don't try to pretend the rest of us should be appreciative.
From the way that it was described to me, it's kind of like one of those situations.
It always is after the fact, that's the thing.
Like, I'm not enough.
Those are my buddies. Oh wait, no wait, they're not just my buddies.
Yeah, and I'm not enough in the know to know at this point. I have like the situation as I've tried to clarify as much as possible with him. But I'll say that it was involved in like the Neo-Norse community. I'm a member of this community. I'm a member of a group that signed what's called Declaration 127, which is a declaration of we're never going to ever have any community with fascist members, and we're going to throw them out wherever we see them, just by default. And so in this community, this particular creator has had a very bad reputation because of this.
What particular creator?
Chrissy probably shouldn't say.
Yeah, she can't.
Yeah, don't get yourself
really
more hot water.
Really,
none of us.
I mean, it's a big creator, and
wow,
yeah.
If
No,
this
I'm
is
going to
someone we
respect your
should be
wishes.
leery of.
Okay, the mistake I am talking, I'm going to just very briefly say it. The mistake I'm talking about was a mistake I made with regard to Craigenford.
Don't know who that is.
He does a lot of videos on like Norse religion and like Proto-Indo-European religion and stuff like that. I'm not going to get into any more than that.
I will say
I know Craigenford.
That
He's
in
a
the
good dude. So.
I will say that in the fallout of this, Craigenford published a pretty amazing video on was it Friday, Chrissy?
Yeah, it was, I think Friday.
I think it was Friday. And I'd like to think, well, I'm fairly sure a video that was a result of everything that kind of happened. But it's a great video, and people should absolutely go watch it.
Yeah. The issue is that in the past he had, and this is all public knowledge, you can find Reddit threads on this and all sorts of other stuff, and there are public photos and things. He had been photographed with regalia and with a movement called the Odinic Rite, which is a white supremacist Norse religious movement. And he had not clarified the details of what he was doing with that. He has very helpfully made that video, and so I have I reached out and apologized to him for my mistake that I made initially, and done the best that I can.
Okay, I don't think I got the connection to this, but I think I think I'm getting it now. And the connection is this is what Derek has used to basically accuse you of blackmailing or whatever people in the past and being wrong. Is that where this is? Is that the connection here?
Or am I wrong?
It is partly related to that. Yeah, other figures he would accuse. He's talked about this with Bob Price as well, because he blames me for a lot of Bob being exposed and stuff like that. I know that I've heard down the grapevine anyways, and I know we butted heads in the past about people like Richard Carrier, who has, for those that don't know, he has had many public lawsuits over sexual harassment.
Yeah.
Yeah, bro's a creep.
Yeah, I still refuse to watch any Carrier streams.
No debates there.
And so, yeah, but yeah.
Mythicism in shambles. What it sounds like.
And Chrissy, yeah, I thank you for.
Thanks for coming.
Coming, but also speaking up. And, I was saying earlier in the stream, like you stand up for a lot of us, and we don't even know it, but you're the ones at the front line saying, no, this is wrong. To my chagrin, a lot of when I don't like somebody, I just kind of like soft ban them. Like, I'm just, I'll go to the streamer and be like, you know what, I can't mod the stream, for moral reasons. And then I just walk away. They're like, yeah, fine. But like that, it's not really doing anything. And you're at the brunt of this so much. And I was saying to my mods, I'm like, I need you guys. And, I hate these drama streams, but I really feel the need that right now you're kind of being ostracized and shut down, that we need to be here for you. And, if Derek wants to be mad at somebody, he could be mad at, this whole side of the community, because we don't stand for that. And I want to thank everybody that's come into the chat, everybody that's come into the stream to publicly voice, like, this isn't a Chrissy issue. We don't want racist in the community. We don't trust non-scholars with our education. We're, I don't know, shitty scholars with our education. We expect more from you. We know you can do better, and we're demanding it.
Yeah, also, like, it sounds like you've, taken honest stock of whatever happened with this other person, and sounds like, quite frankly, they put themselves in a position that they're aware of the risk they were in, if there is a legitimate context to it. But it has nothing to do with this, and it's totally inappropriate for people to be blaming you for the Bob Price situation at all, or to be saying, oh, well, look at this accusation they made over here. Like, that's, you should, I'm sure you do know that that's wrong, but it's important that we call it out and just say that, like, we're with you. No bullshit about some other situation is gonna have us fucking distracted from what's happened with Bob Price. And then also, just, personally, just to let you know, like, I was riding with you a couple years ago, and we were trying to give Bob an ear and the benefit of the doubt. It felt shitty then. It feels even shittier now, but I felt like I got used in that situation too. So it sucks, but these are the personalities out here.
Yeah, like, I feel extremely like I had been tokenized in a lot of ways.
Yeah.
And it has felt really bad, because I knew all of these people for a lot of years. Sorry, I don't want to cry on stream.
It's all right.
You're good.
Love you.
Like, I knew all these people. I knew this before. I knew Derek before this was a full-time job. I knew Neil before it was a full-time job for him. I knew all of these people for years on end. I've been in this community longer than any of those people too. And so it's like, and it felt really bad, being put in that situation where it's like, essentially feeling like the only people they would ever hear me out about or care about my opinion on or similar was essentially people they had already decided they didn't want around. And that's what it really just felt like, is that and it didn't feel like there was much of any moral reason for it ever. It felt a lot of the time just like they basically wanted me around to have the clout of someone, like a trans person on their side, when they wanted to discount X, Y, and Z person. But it didn't stop them from hosting all sorts of other awful people all the time, like Jason Giorgiani or others like that. For those that don't know about Jason Giorgiani, he started a far-right institution with Richard Spencer, the neo-Nazi. He's a horrible person.
I want to say something too that's kind of something I've noticed lately that I think a lot of us don't necessarily pause to think about. A lot of us think there's some really bad shit going on in the world right now, and in our country especially, but we see it like very much out there. It's happening with rich, powerful people I don't have any influence on. I don't think we realize that we're in a community that is uniquely populated with yes, religious apologists who are often Christo-fascist. There's a direct connection to them, to the whole like bro spear, political Rogan podcaster. And that's one step away from then you're Joe Rogan and Logan Paul and you're in the whole sphere. And even if you don't believe it, and if people don't need a recent example, Andrew Wilson. Andrew Wilson is somebody most of us look at in this community and go, oh my goodness, is he really going to sit here and debate Christian populism? But he went just from DebateCon and the whole incident with Matt Dillahunty, which fuck all of you who said Matt Dillahunty should have stayed and tolerated that, and the real issue was he didn't finish the debate. I'm gonna let y'all do some personal reflection on that one. But now you see him on these bigger platforms, and he's a phone call away from being on Joe Rogan, like a phone call away from being on Joe Rogan. So I think what you're drawing here is that these personalities we interact with, there's a whole larger problematic sphere of influence. And I think sometimes we like to feel like we're in like the backwoods of YouTube. Nobody's paying attention. It doesn't matter. But you ain't never more than 6 degrees of separation away from anybody. And I think I'm seeing that with a lot of these content creators and personalities now, unfortunately.
Yeah. I mean,
Go ahead, DadPool. I think you saw your hand.
I just want to acknowledge Dr. Oz in the chat.
Yeah, what up, Ozzy? I'm sorry, we had some people in here. That's my
Did you call him Dr. Oz?
DJ Oz. Dr. Oz is fine.
No, yeah, he's got a was it an honorary doctor or something?
Mm-hmm.
2 times.
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
2 times. Don't ask where they're at. We're still trying to figure that out ourselves.
So fast.
I thought they were on the tables.
What are you up to, man? What are your thoughts?
Those are there. Those are always there. The other ones have been, as Dr. Kipp and Dr. Josh has, I've been instructed to say they've been embargoed. The others have been embargoed. So, first of all, what's up? A bunch of amazing faces. Some I've seen recently, others I haven't. What's up, everybody?
Thank you.
What's up, Oz?
Good to see you, Oz. Always.
I've been lotioning my nose.
It's been a minute. I kind of miss you, buddy.
I miss you too.
I miss you a lot, man.
I miss you the most.
Good times back in the day.
So Oz, I know you had a lot of shit to say about all this the first time around. What you got to say now?
Yeah, I do. And you're going to be stunned that I have a lot of shit to say, but this time will be a little more antiquated. So I was actually DJing because I got my next DJ battle coming up, and shout out to AR. AR jumped in the chat. He was like, hey, nobody's here because this shit went down. So I stopped my stream and I was like, the fuck?
So we're special.
So I jumped over here and I was like, first of all, God damn it, Derek. God damn it, Derek. I just took a couple notes. Like I said, I'll keep it short and antiquated. We can go from there. First of all, again, I'm a DJ, so I talk in music language. First of all, shout out to the artist Future. We still don't trust you, Bob. We still don't trust you. And as the amazing GOAT K. Kendrick Lamar said, fuck anyone sympathetic with the other side. The fact that you want to bend your knees, bow your knees, whatever, and make space for this and allow this still without any type of what we know to be a authentic, like, I realize I fucked up and I've been thinking the wrong way, I've been acting the wrong way, I've been behaving the wrong way. Without that, fuck you. We still don't trust you. We still don't trust you. And I don't know if you saw my comment in the chat. It's been a while ago now, but now in hindsight, and Jay, you hit the nail on the head earlier. It does help now going back to this and listening to it with, I guess a clear mind, clear ears, because we haven't really had the conversation about this person, these people in a minute. Now listening back to it, now I'm like, Derek, you didn't even get it fucking then, bro. You did now listening to it, because now it's not, I'm lost in the forest and I can't see the trees. It's holy shit. Now I'm actually hearing what you were saying. You didn't even get it then. And if we're to pretend for a second that this is a game of cards, Derek has just been holding his hand, thinking that time is going to heal all wounds. And the further that time goes by, more people forget, more people don't remember. And now there's more new people that are subscribed. There's more new people coming along. And it's like, well, no, this will kind of go away after time. No, Derek, fucked up is still fucked up. And for those that have been here for the long haul, we still know it's fucked up. And we still know that dude hasn't ever once showed up to say, hey, I fucked up. And now Derek and, I had Neil from Gnostic Informant on my channel while that shit was getting down, when he tried to not just double down, but triple down, on it. And I'm like, what the fuck are we doing right now? Right. And now we have to relap this. We have to regurgitate all this shit. Y'all didn't get it the first time.
Yeah, I don't know how to like break this news to everyone, but like
That's fair.
I said this when I fucking
No, you did. Looking back on it, you did. And honestly, it is part of that thing where we don't want to accept that the people we like and have associated ourselves with are really behaving this way. But you're right. And Chrissy, also just want to say quickly, and then I'll turn back to is just that I don't know if you felt this way too, but looking back on it, I felt like Bob really wasn't that apologetic. It was like Neil and Derek were trying to like pretend Bob was apologetic.
He was sorry
so that like sitting in front of me and you would get it out of him or something. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah.
What were you saying?
Yeah, he's sorry we were offended.
Yeah, basically.
I'm sorry you were offended by the horrible, awful, disgusting things that I said. I'm not sorry I said them.
And Chrissy, I think, and I may be incorrect because we're talking about how long ago now, but whether it was on the stream or the conversations I had with Neil leading up to that stream about it, I told him that. I was like, I feel like you guys are trying to apologize for him right now. Like, why are you trying to do that thing? Like, let the grown-ass man that's supposedly a scholar, let the grown-ass man say my bad for himself, right? And then people may actually fucking listen to what he's saying. But instead, it was like they were acting like a middleman for this apology, which at the end of the day, and I know common sense isn't common practice, I get it, but common sense would tell you that shit's going to fall apart in about a day or two when you're trying to apologize for someone else.
Yeah, you ever had a sibling? No.
Right?
Ever?
No, I mean, it fell apart as it was happening. He was banning. I don't even know how many people were banned from the chat. Like, anybody questioning. Tsumami, you got banned from the chat.
Oh, you know damn well I got banned from that chat. Oh, hell
Sue
yeah.
is great at getting banned from the wrong chats, the chats that you should not be in. I kind of wish I could get a list of places that she is banned from. It would be a great starter on where not to go.
But yeah, he wasn't even trying to listen to reason. He started the stream saying, I'm only taking Bible questions. I'm like, what the fuck?
See,
okay, another. Oh, go
this
ahead.
I was going to say this was a big thing with Derek in my conversations with him, that it should have never gotten to this point, because Bob, we should have just kept him in this space. Just stick to Bible, Bob. Just do that.
Mm-hmm.
And now it does feel very much like they're working very hard to build this hedge around him to make sure, because I think they know deep down that you cannot let him say too much, because the minute he does, and this is what I've told a couple of people, this is going to happen again. It might be a week or a month or 6, and we're, well, I mean, we're here now, right? But the broader community is going to see Bob Price for who he is, except next time. I have much less confidence that Derek and Neil will be doing the right thing.
In Kipp, if I can, and you guys might have already discussed this because, like I said, I was right in the middle of DJing when AR let me know what was going down. You guys may have already discussed this, so if so, at least give me a brief.
Just ask the question.
Well,
We
Chief,
love you. We're here for you. Ask away.
okay, here, let me get to the point. Why is so much stock and value held into Bob being a part of these discussions? Why? Because Derek has had
Great fucking question.
We've been asking.
I've been asking it all night.
I'm sorry.
Yes.
Keep going.
It was a great question.
Because like I said, I jumped on late, so I don't know. That's why I said you guys probably already discussed.
But see, I think there's a reason we don't have an answer, right? And
What do you mean you don't have the answer? I'm sorry. I have.
Oh,
Okay,
go ahead.
I've been
No,
quiet
go
for way
Tsumami.
too
Yeah,
long.
go ahead. Come on, Tsumami.
I'm
Maybe
sorry,
Dr.
but I
Kipp has
think
an
that
answer.
people like Derek and many other people are not affected by the type of rhetoric that comes out of somebody like Bob Price's mouth.
Correct.
And I also think that oftentimes they often share the same type of viewpoints. And that's why they are very comfortable sharing space with somebody like that. Because I don't understand how you're not pissed off by that kind of bullshit.
I 100% agree.
Yeah.
Yeah, I ain't got time for that shit.
Yeah. Also, I think it brings about that there actually is a deeper divide in this community, and it's certainly one I'm not willing to compromise on. There are some of us who, yes, we maybe used to be religious. Okay, maybe we think ancient religions are fascinating, but we left that shit and we figured out pretty quickly it's harmful to people. Then we figured out, probably maybe it took us a little longer, but it's especially dangerous to marginalized people. Okay, once we became one of those group of people, critiquing, debunking all of this stuff about religion and politics is only a means to an end to us. We don't care anymore about the faith. We left it. We care about fighting against it because it's harming the people we care about. Absolutely. But we got to realize not everybody in this community is on the same page. Some people are exactly the opposite. Yeah. They care about debunking religion and philosophy and debates and this myth and who wrote this book and all of that. And they don't care who it affects, who it harms, how bad it gets in society. None of that should ever stop them from having a good old time playing poker and discussing the philosophical merits of the New Testament. And we are fundamentally in this for different reasons. And when these things come about, they show, because we don't care how many PhDs that person has. We don't care what they wrote. We trying to get busy over here. And they're going, we don't care how much y'all think, how much y'all hate this person. They got something to say to me about Jesus. And yeah, we probably just not on the same page about this.
Yep.
I mean, there's a certain point when it becomes enabling. It's not just apologizing for or shielding the person, this very bigoted, very openly bigoted person. It becomes enabling that person. It's platforming him. It Absolutely. Is like this.
Absolutely. Yep.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think we can change everyone's mind. And I don't think it's actually our job to change everyone's mind. I think it's our job to do good or do justice. But it is our job to make other people uncomfortable when they're being dickheads.
Absolutely.
You might not be able to change their mind, but you should absolutely make them uncomfortable being a dickhead in front of you. That's
I
my
agree.
sort of thought on that.
And I mean, I on it, we've all seen Derek's thumbnails. I think the main thing that Derek gets out of things is he likes looking smart and like he's, you know, on the ball with intelligent people. He really mugs that camera and tries to look, you know, as deep and thoughtful as he can in every single thumbnail. That's what it's about. It's about, look how smart I am. He doesn't care who gets hurt. He just wants to look like the smartest, or at least the guy with the most smart people in the room with him.
Well, you fucked up on that one.
Yeah, I mean,
and
yeah.
real quick, if I could, because I do have to get back to practice. I have my battle coming up in less than a week now, so I got to put in work.
Shit.
So
Thanks for coming by, yes. We appreciate it.
Jay, I want to shout you out on this because this is actually something that I've been. Oh man, I'd say last 6 months to a year been like, okay, what is my aim, or what is my goal when I'm having these conversations when religion is involved, especially Christianity? That's what you and I grew up with, and others here. I'm not really interested in your doctrine or your theology or your philosophy. What I am concerned with, what I do want to know about, is how those things affect the way you behave, the way you treat people or mistreat people, right? And I think that's the more important question. That, well, do you believe in a God? Yes. Okay. What God? Doesn't matter to me. It doesn't matter. How do you treat people? How do you behave? I'm more interested in those conversations and how that is impacting how you may treat, if we're in the same, like when I say community, like you live in the same area, vicinity that I do. If my kids, my partner, my parents, my whatever, if they happen to stumble into a friendship or whatever with you, how are you going to treat the people that I care and love about, or humanity, you know, as a whole? And I think that's the more important question. And what I feel like right now, again, hindsight's 2020. What I feel like Derek has done here is said, yeah, those things don't really matter. I would rather just platform this guy, regardless of the hurt, pain, ideologies, whatever even though he's an atheist, he still has those very fundamental far right beliefs. Those things are causing him to do damage and to hurt and to cause a lot of problems. And Derek has said, nope, I'm cool with that. And I'm a platform that that's where I take the issue, is the behavior.
Yeah, and it's a betrayal. People feel betrayed. I mean, like I said, I'm not going to put a lot of energy into Pine Creek. I've wasted enough of my breath and airtime doing that, and I feel the same way about Bob Price. The shock was, why is Neil doing this? Why is Derek doing this? And eventually you get over that shock, because it's happened time and time again in this community. It just keeps happening. Tsumami's always like, so I don't trust these people, but you know, she's right more times than not, and where some of us are learning the hard way.
Yeah, there's no accountability for any of the actions that happen in the community. Someone says something absolutely fucking awful, or starts espousing awful politics, and like Bob Price, and if there is accountability, it is only ever temporary, to the extent that they can, that the clock gets waited out, they're brought back on, ushered back onto the stage, and nothing is ever addressed again. The problem's never actually resolved. There is no actual accountability that is taken, and that's just exactly what's happened here. No accountability has been taken for the fact that Bob publicly was endorsing some of the most heinous shit I have had to wade through.
Chrissy said it way better. That's what I was trying to say. Chrissy's way smarter than I am. Chrissy just said it way more smarter than me.
No, I've just had a lot of practice having to say the exact same shit over and over and over and over and over again.
Well, I'm sorry you've had to, but it was still way smarter than what how I sounded. I'm trying to say that, but no, I'm gonna dip off. I appreciate y'all. Fuck this.
Oz, where can everybody find you?
Yeah, miss you, Oz.
Oh, I'm
it was good to hear your voice again, man. I really did miss you.
Absolutely. The channel is DJ Oz Ozzy. It's we do all kinds of shit on this. It's mainly music, but I will I'll still talk my atheist shit on there if you're interested.
Also, Oz.
Yes.
I live in Chicago.
Oh shit.
And I've been here for like 2 years, so like.
What
anyway,
the fuck?
sorry. Lives like an hour from me, we just remembered.
And yeah, we
route.
Damn, yeah, that's like 3
All right,
hours.
Tsumami, I think you're on the same page as Jess, which is said, I do think part of it is a grift. When he was speaking to Pine Freak in that interview, he only bemoaned the hit to his business and his channel, not the damage done to marginalized people. Yeah, I was saying that earlier. But yeah, I think that's what it looked like, Derek. That's what I'm trying to explain to people. It looked like you stabbing people in the back and only care about your channel. That's Tsumami, did you want to say anything more about that?
Wait, say what?
You're,
Sorry, I was typing in chat.
Sorry, this was your comment that I had pulled up in chat that you think it is a grift because he only bemoaned the hit to his business and channel.
Well, yeah, that interview he did with Pine Freak. Yeah, he wasn't talking about. It's not even just the damage done to marginalized communities. How about like the damage done to people that he apparently considers his friends? That's another thing that I think like it makes me not fucking trust him. Like I'm sorry, I know some of you have like were friends with him for a while. I don't have that fucking relationship with him, and I'm not interested in ever having that relationship with him because from the outside, he does not seem like a fucking trustworthy person. Like, yeah, I mean, I don't expect the average straight white cisgender man to fucking like care about marginalized communities. I'm sorry if that sounds kind of mean, but I don't really expect that. I do expect people to care about their fucking friends and people that they hold close to them. And if you can't fucking disconnect yourself from somebody that's not even that fucking like beneficial to your goddamn channel or your business, when they're a fucking damage to not just marginalized communities, but somebody that is your friend that is part of a marginalized community, then like, yeah, I think you're not the greatest person. I just have to say that. And I do think that, yeah, that's a lot of it is, a lot of it is a grift. I think his little fucking documentaries about the India-Pakistan situation, that's a fucking grift. He doesn't know shit about what's going on there. He doesn't know anything about the goddamn history there. He puts up these fucking AI documentaries that this is a grift. Like, that is a grift. That is what it is. Just because he's an atheist or a recent deconvert does not mean that it's not a grift. Or just because, you know, you might have a relationship with him and have his phone number and you might talk on the phone with him, like, yeah, the guy, I don't know, you might want to talk to your friend, I guess.
You sound hurt.
What, me? No, I don't know that motherfucker like that. No, fuck no, I don't know that motherfucker like that.
You're like,
I do find it really fucking disheartening though to see like somebody that is a pretty prominent person in like the wider atheist community on YouTube be so fucking flippant about platforming a goddamn a bigoted piece of shit. Like, this is not just somebody that, oh, you know, like I don't really agree with you know, like people that are have criminal backgrounds becoming naturalized citizens or bitch, this motherfucker is friends with goddamn KKK members. Like, hello, like, what are we talking about here?
What are we talking about? The cameras are there for you.
The cameras are there for you, Bob Price. Like,
Wait.
this guy is a fucking creep. This guy is a creep.
Oh,
And it says
so
a lot
earlier-
about Derek's character if he's going to bring the fucking guy back on. Sorry, Jester.
Oh, so earlier when in the chat I was saying that, you know, it's okay to punch or to kick Nazis in the crotch, and I was told that we're not talking about a Nazi here. I was right. We're talking about a Nazi, or at least a KKK guy here. I mean, all three MAGA, KKK, Nazi. It's just three different flavors of the same shit sandwich. So,
Hey, Jay or Mike, can you pull up this this chat from Pat?
Yeah, I can do it. Let me
A longer one here.
Like Pat?
Yeah.
Like Pat Lounger, Pat?
Yes, Pat.
Pat, I miss you, motherfucker.
Let's go, Pat.
Yeah, Pat, it's been a minute. Good to see you. I think this is it.
Bob Price's toxicity.
Yeah, there we go.
Or at least
Boom.
General avoidance
Oh my
extends far
God.
beyond YouTube. He's largely persona non grata in the RPG community.
Wow.
And don't get me started on his status within academic circles. As I understand it, and Chrissy knows more about this too. He got himself. He was a big deal in H.P. Lovecraft.
Didn't he get himself kicked out of the H.P. Lovecraft community?
Yes,
Yeah.
he did. He would
what?
He would go on
Back in the
political.
day.
Yeah.
He went on Islamophobic and political rants at conferences.
How the fuck do you get kicked out of the Lovecraft community for being too racist?
Right?
What
But
the
not the
fuck?
atheist.
Wow.
Right?
Everything
Okay,
you know about
and
it.
when you go and you
Yep.
read,
Bullshit.
okay,
That
and,
does tell you a lot.
and if you go and you read the actual fiction that he would write, like the Lovecraft fan fiction and stuff that he would write, I cannot repeat the ethnic slurs that he used to emulate Lovecraft's style.
I hate to say it, but it's like it felt like a fan culture that he participated in because it provided a permissive structure to do all those things and say no, we're just being Lovecraftian. To me, it was very transparent. It was like a community that is like, this person is so known for this, like you don't really want to associate yourself with this, especially to the point of saying I'm in a personality cult for this person. Like that tells us a lot.
You know, you might be onto something there.
Yeah, like
genuinely, like you might be onto something there.
Yeah, but like
interesting.
It is an interesting note that a lot of the different things he goes to bat for are just terrible things. He describes himself as a Boltmanian. I don't know how many of you know about Rudolph. I don't know how many of you know about Rudolph Boltmann, but Rudolph Boltmann was good friends with Nazis like Martin Heidegger. His entire part of his entire theological goal in being a New Testament scholar was to help validate Heidegger's philosophy. And Heidegger publicly stated his philosophy was in service to Nazi ideology.
What an appropriate last name.
Okay, so yeah, I mean, Nazi. Yeah, I wasn't willing to go there, but thanks, Chrissy.
I did.
History is fun.
Like he constantly associates himself with the most antique, horrible things all the time. He loves ancient ancient scholarship from like James George Frazer back in these racist cross-cultural comparative anthropological circles. He loves the stuff of like just antiquated New Testament studies from just about every single anti-Semite that ever lived on the planet.
Wait, so Lena is saying that Price was effectively ostracized for much of the contemporary Lovecraft community due to his openly racist views, particularly after 2017 article defending white supremacy?
Yes.
Okay.
Like sorry.
Okay.
I told you.
We
Not
tried.
you specifically. I just mean, like,
I can hardly be surprised at this point.
Yeah, just had it. Had it.
and I want to say this
We try.
To be clear, someone who informed this stance and also backed me when nobody else did was Chrissy. And I would just like to point out that everything we said was true, and I mainly don't even care if you ever believe me, but you should believe Chrissy.
Yeah, hashtag Chrissy was right.
I just think the whole community needs to reflect on how did we get here, right? To the point that we can't root out the guy that the Lovecraft community can. And
I can tell you how we got here. This is something I've been studying in depth.
now give us this reflection. This is important.
We're gonna have a little devotional.
The way that we got here is because the atheist community has been closely tied to fucking Nazis for the last 90 to 100 years. That's how bad it is. The organization right now, American Atheist, which at one time was the largest atheist organization in the entire country, founded by Madalyn Murray O'Hair, was simultaneously letting in membership from people like Revillo P. Oliver. Oliver, for those that don't know, was a raging segregationist, white supremacist, and neo-Nazi. He was associated with a magazine called The Liberty Bell, where they loved talking about just how great Madalyn Murray O'Hair was, and Frank Zindler, and the rest of all of them over there at American Atheists, because they would allow them to spout the most horrific bullshit. I have articles from their magazine written in the 1980s and the 1990s espousing a pro-eugenic stance on religion to try and breed it out of existence as a bad gene and shit like that. Anti-Semitic articles all over the place. Madalyn Murray O'Hair going, hey, you know what's more important than civil rights? Being an atheist. Black people aren't in civil rights were kind of sideshow guys.
Who is the president of the American Atheists right now?
I have no idea.
Isn't it this Andrew? It was who? Did somebody? Who did Amber have that debate with? It was like
it's Nick Fish. He's a gay man.
No. He's a what?
Gay fish.
Nick Fish is a gay man. He's the president of the American Atheists right now.
And I have repeatedly tried reaching out to them to actually get clarification on where they stand on this stuff, and they refuse to make a single public comment about any of this.
I can tell you.
Which tells you where they stand.
Exactly.
Let's hear it.
I can tell you right now, live on air. Mary Magdalene O'Hair was not a great person at all. Right now, the president is Nick Fish. He's a fucking fantastic individual. He's a gay man, and he's as great a person as you can imagine.
I'm sure of it, but they also refuse to address the past and they keep
by your request. Why would?
What?
Oh yeah, I'm thinking of Atheists for Liberty, AR.
No, Atheists for Liberty is run by what's his name? Mr. Atheist Pants Steve.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's a American Atheist is a solid.
But it doesn't change the history, and also I do.
It does change the history.
What do you mean?
When you continue idolizing and promoting making monuments
or promote what you're
they
suggesting.
have a monument devoted to her, a public monument in Florida.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
I love y'all, but maybe we can just stay on topic.
Stay on topic.
Anyways, my point was that this
deep history,
the atheist community has had a long history of these issues. It has, and it's a long history that's been ongoing. Richard Dawkins is a transphobe. He has publicly toyed with pro-eugenics logic. He has and a million other horrible things. Sam Harris is a fan of the bell curve and a bunch of other race bullshit.
Hitchens was a right winger.
Yeah, Hitchens was pro-Iraq war, anti-abortion. Just the way that we got here was that we were always here.
Yeah. Facts.
That's the problem.
It's a frustrating treadmill because, like, we do, like, what just happened. We try and we try and we try to make it that it's not Nazis, and it continuously comes up, it's Nazis. And could you guys please just once make us wrong?
Well, no, we've never really tried to not make it Nazis.
Well,
not
I'm
as,
saying,
not as
like,
a country.
We're trying to, like, we're trying to be like, okay, it's not as bad as this this level. It's not on this level. It's just they're not as, and continuously it's, oh hey, no, this person is pro this, they're for the hate groups.
Yeah.
And I'm tired of that.
Yeah, and it's tough.
Really am.
It's tough too, because like as a black person, like I've always seen it as like it's black people don't do atheism. That's sort of the cliche, but it's always felt like damn, like it is like it's been a lot of white guys that decided to leave behind religion and didn't seem to care that marginalized groups were still intellectually colonized. And sometimes I put that on our community, like, oh, it just sucks that black people are so goddamn religious. But it is also the flip side that, like, yeah, this has been a largely like a space that's excluded us and not really considered people like us and never made that effort. And when we try to like just say like, hey, we're here, maybe don't defend slavery all day, and just an idea. We're taught like if you don't like it, leave, because we want to have philosophical conversations, and we're just like, all right.
Yeah, no, you're exactly right. And the problem, and it's a problem that is just across the whole community, and it's individualized specifically to distract us from the fact that it's a community-wide problem. We sit here, they want us to sit here and isolate just specific individuals having specific views, like they're associated with X, Y, and Z, because it is useful for distracting from the fact that this entire community has a huge fucking problem. I mean, where did the anti-SJW rhetoric and crowd originate from? This fucking community. Sargon of Akkad, Armored Skeptic, all these people who became the front men of the fucking anti-SJW community and Gamergate and all that shit were right here, bred right here, started as anti-religion YouTubers who then found they better grift on something else.
It's the Bill Maher pipeline.
Yeah, and it's just an absolutely horrific situation because when we sit and isolate the situation to just Bob Price and don't look at this at a systemic level of infecting the whole community and the way that large channels normalizing this behavior just have the ability to completely undermine anything progressive in this community, then it becomes impossible to actually accomplish anything. And I think that's exactly what the problem is right here, like with the replatforming of Bob Price, is that in this community there is not an actual structure in place where to actually hold the police the community, to actually hold everyone accountable.
Yeah, this is the best we have.
Yeah, like, And unfortunately, the best we have is still going to end right now is going to end up with those bigger channels probably seeing this, and then all of us are going to be under fire from a harassment campaign later.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Probably.
and also frozen out of content growth. You know, some of
Good
us.
thing I have no content.
I always tell people, don't listen to me because I'm gonna tell you to get a job. Then you don't have to worry about what you say. But
and also, I would just like to qualify and validate my previous statement. You can look up Madeline Murray O'Hare's webpage really quick. There is a monument to her. It was built on Bradford County in Florida courthouse, 2013. It's still standing.
I actually have a super chat.
Get
Milwaukee Atheist says, for $5, if Chrissy doesn't say hi to me, I'll send Kipp dirty pics. They won't be good, and they won't be of me. Also, I
Hi,
appreciate you
Lawrence.
all.
Thank you, Chrissy.
Milwaukee Atheist, thanks for the super chat. That's awesome. Thanks for the $5.
Lawrence is another one of my very old friends from this community. Very old. We've known each other since like 2018. It's
as in old friends, but not very old.
No. I mean, I feel old after my nephew told me that, asked me if I was like 100 or something because I explained what floppy disks were.
God. I remember floppy.
Yeah, a lot of us
disks.
unsubbed to Derek. The unsubs were real. There's a lot of unsubbing. Yeah, I unsubbed.
I think and I've seen a lot of people in the chat saying that they've unsubbed too. So, good looking out. I don't know if he'll care, but I don't know. You got to follow your conscience, and it's nice to know that who's in your community.
Yeah.
Because I know a lot of times, like Jay, you remember like how we got close was like we're just like I felt like we were screaming into the void.
Yeah. I think that was the James Apperson thing.
Yeah, it was horrible. But yeah.
Oh, and he was one of the first people in there shielding for Bob Price. So one thing I will say, I guess as my closing thought, is also beware the love bombing. So one thing I've seen is that when dudes make this sort of centrist or right-wing turn, there's a lot of super chats. There's a lot of people in the comments. Oh, I'm so glad to see Dr. Price back. Derek, I'm so glad to see you're not politicizing your content and that you're willing to talk with. Like, they go out of their way to say, please come to us. Oh my goodness, you're going to stop ignoring the woke and the DEI. Oh my goodness, I'm so, like, they're foaming at the mouth. So I do see that pressure campaign. I don't get it a lot because I'm not part of the club, but when you're part of the club, boy, they really be trying to woo you in with all of that stuff. So stay woke, y'all. And
well, you know, Jay, if you had the right color skin, they would
that's what I was trying to say.
Oh, right.
Oh, y'all ain't right.
Quiet part out loud. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm not good at that.
If anybody wants to love bomb you,
I don't have any
real
real public profile or anything anymore.
Gotcha.
To be honest, this last week has very much made me just want to give up on the entire community. I have very rarely felt this isolated.
You have allies.
Community.
I know, and it's been really, and hearing from all of you has really meant a whole lot. But this whole thing was, it's really awful. I don't hold like a grudge or an ill will towards any of them. I personally, I very much am of a believer in wanting to make these things known specifically so that there can be accountability and there can be change. Not because I want anyone canceled, not because I want anyone gone, not because I want to deplatform. I want there to be realization. Like the kind of realization I had coming out of the far right. I was a vocal eugenicist I was an
Oh
awful
God.
person, and I have devoted so much of my life specifically to trying to undo the damage I know that I was doing. And that's why I do what I do. That's why I devote so much time to trying to help, and why I was constantly trying to be on the lookout to help Derek and other people and keep them aware of what was going on and the people that they were platforming and the problems that could be associated. Like, I warned Derek years in advance that there was going to be a blow up about price, and it was going to affect his channel if he did not do something. I have warned him in advance that there's going to be a blow up over Richard Carrier one day, and there's going to be a blow up over so many others that they have all hosted and that they all continue to host, knowing that this is going to happen, because I was trying to look out for them, because I want there to be a chance for everyone to be able to come back. And it's been very miserable seeing people resist and not just resist, but having the comeback that Derek had and then throwing it away.
Mark is asking if he wants to know what helped you get out of the bad place you were in.
What helped me get out of that place was, quite honestly, it was I had two friends who basically had an intervention with me, and they sat me down, and it was a very tearful conversation of explaining in detail just how much I was hurting them and just how much it affected them, how the things that I said made them feel like they were subhuman, and realizing I made people around me feel like they weren't, like people. I couldn't square that.
Because I wanted to say, Chrissy, I haven't come across you before. It's a big community, and but
she's hard to find.
My story includes also not being the greatest person. I don't think I was the worst, because what I always took from the Bible first was empathy, largely because I grew up in a shitty situation that I haven't even fully escaped from yet. But the other side of that love bombing thing of the right is that they try and make you as a trans person feel like you're not a part of our community and like you need to leave. And it was having a trans coworker. Now I've had a few trans coworkers, and having Black friends, and having it be that the people who invited me to their house was Black people and trans people, even though I didn't have the best views on things. And going, hey, want to come be a part of my Dungeons and Dragons? You say weird shit, but you're always cool to me. So, and other people aren't, and we need you to remain a part of this, and we need to see you and to hear from you and to know that you're willing to be our friend. Because that's what they want. That's what the right wants, is for you to be in a corner where you're not visible. Because you being visible makes you human, and it saves the people of us who want to do better, but just don't know that you are a human being and not just, what do they say? It's just politics. It's just a political thing. And, you're not. You're very much not. And I think you need to hear that. You're not just a political staple. You're not just a distraction. You're a human. And what they're doing right now to trans individuals is fucking horrifying. And yeah.
Yeah, you're getting a lot of love
And I will
tips in the
also just
chat.
say,
So
fuck any organization that doesn't take a stand. That is a stand. I've been identifying the Pope hope cycle every time we elect a new Pope. Oh, I'm so hopeful this Pope's going to be a reformer. They're going to be progressive. Well, they haven't quite said what they feel about ordained. Yeah, there's a reason, because you're going to realize very quickly they're the leader of the goddamn Catholic Church is why they didn't say anything about it. So I'm tired of these organizations watching the world burn. They have nothing to say about it. And look, I'll say it, call me the leader of the woke mob, the cancel culture, all of that. Part of what the right wing does is they preempt all the accountability they need so to make the cure worse than the disease. Cancel these people, unsubscribe to their channels, cancel that Patreon for real, okay? And that channel membership, get rid of that. Stop watching them. Tell YouTube, do not suggest any longer, okay? That's what these people need. And you can tell them I said it.
Yeah. Amen, Brother Jay.
all right.
We need to wrap up.
Look, we will get out of here, goddammit. Tsumami, do you have anything coming up? Tell everybody who you are. I know you got some stuff. You put out some stuff on your channel. Do you want to tell everybody where you are?
I don't put anything out on my channel except for some crow content.
And cats. Don't forget those cats.
I don't really put out the cats very often. I pretty
Yes,
much just put out the crows.
you put out the cats like.
I mean,
the
everyone
other
should
day.
love crows, anyways. So.
All right. So if you want some crow content, where do you go, Tsumami?
Tsumami. And get some peanuts to feed your local ravens or crows. Okay, everybody.
Sign
They
up
will be your
for
friends.
crows.
They will appreciate it.
Nice.
All right, Jester. Do you have anything coming
I
up?
do
this
not
week?
have anything this week. I was super busy and didn't schedule with Joe. It is my fault. We are trying to start Triple J though, and also I want to shout out that Vic Lit normally has this Monday slot at 9:30 p.m. Eastern time, and
no, Vic went live.
Vic went live, but I was here instead of there, and Vic deserves people's attention because she is not a freaking Nazi. And please Nazis and right wingers, when we cry it's Nazi and you go, oh, they always cry it's Nazi, please make just once, make it not true. Okay.
Oh, Chrissy, can I put this in the chat?
Yeah, feel free. I do have like the only public profile thing I have an H Commons profile. It has my public email on it. So people can feel free to ask me stuff. It also has like a CV, because honestly, the vast majority of what I do is actually just be a side hobbyist Bible nerd. So
No, you're amazing. Every time you come onto a show, everybody says they learned so much from you. What's the next time you and Dr. Kipp are gonna?
Is Chrissy saying that she fucking loves the Bible?
She fucking loves
needs
the
a
Bible.
shirt.
We need to wrap this up before I go off on y'all Bible nerds.
I'll say I love it. I love it as
Dr.
much as
Kipp.
a member of the Communist Party can love it. Okay.
Got it.
Dr. Kipp, who are you? What do you have coming up this week?
I'm Kipp Davis. I have a Hebrew reading stream on Thursday night, every second Thursday with Dr. Josh. And then I think I'm probably doing another stream this week, but I don't know. I don't have a day or a time for that. Just keep your eyes open.
He's
Y'all are
secretly a
subscribed anyways.
doctor.
All right. Also, okay, if you, my name is Maya Atkinson. I think most of you are still watching me here. Anybody's over at Jay's, I don't know. The party's
Yeah,
over
Maya,
there.
you
I
stole
don't
the
know what's going on
party's
over
at Maya's channel, so that's okay. That's
Right.
cool.
I'm sorry, Jay.
So yeah, if you want to see more of Jester, you go back to last night's stream, Bad Science Sunday, Jester was on. We were talking about the Soul Trapper on the moon. That was hilarious.
Oh, God.
Why weren't and if you weren't there, what's wrong with you? God, that was an awesome stream.
It was
You should go back
awesome.
and watch it start to finish.
It was a train wreck.
No,
It was a beautiful
But a
train
good
wreck. You should watch
it was
it
a
in slow
beautiful train
motion.
wreck. It was quintessential Bad Science Sunday, which is what we do because we are committed to good what do you call it, critical thinking over here. So if you haven't already, come on over, like and subscribe. We have fun here. We also do drunken debauchery here. It's a great time.
So I'll just say I'm Pocket Locker 86. One of my first early memories in this community was actually being on Derek's channel, and I had just got my PhD. For those who know, I graduated from my PhD kind of during, COVID was still a thing. So I did not walk. I did not get to do the pictures with my mentor and my family and all that stuff. And so I was on Derek's stream, and Kipp and Josh Bowen congratulated me. And that was like a huge deal for me because I was like a new doctor and I didn't get the whole celebration. So to have these people I admired just to congratulate me really meant a lot. But it shows you like what this community has been in our life. And so with that, I just want to say and send my encouragement to Chrissy, to Jessica, to all of our budding scholars out there, all the people that are in grad programs. Okay, y'all going to be all right. Y'all going to be way better than Robert Price, and you're going to be in that Kipp Davis, Josh Bowen group. And seriously, keep your head up. Grad school is tough, but you'll make it. And we can't wait to congratulate the rest of y'all and all of that you're accomplishing. And Kipp, keep up the great work, and always appreciated to be with you, and always appreciate your encouragement, man. Thank you.
Thank you.
Before we go, I don't want to hold us up much longer, but I actually do want to congratulate Dr. Kipp and Dr. J for still being relevant in their fields.
Oh, we try. We try. We'll see how long they allow us to stay around. Thank you. I appreciate that, Jester.
I mean, I'm here for the podcast.
Shout out to Dr. Kipp. Shout out to Dr. Kipp
Oh,
for hitting.
That's awesome.
I am having a party stream at some point.
Yeah, and I need to celebrate like 1,100. A strong 1,100, y'all. A strong 1,100. I appreciate you.
Like 10 of those are me.
Facts. Facts. All right, y'all. Look, it's been fun. Check everybody out. Please don't let this be the last time you see all of these great streamers in front of you. So thank y'all all so much for tuning in, and we'll see you around.